Mike the Ref Melody, Big Bad Boris on the call here tonight.
Let's go!
Third! The Super Kick Party! Yeah, pay the money for that. Lord. And of course, you gotta get the coffins in. Hey, yo, 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 and away we go. We are live, we are early, we are ready to go, and we got Forbidden Door in front of us here. Welcome, everybody. We literally are getting the introductions to the first pre-show match right now, so I thought, you know what? I said 10 o'clock. Why wait? Let's go. We got El Desperado and Yuri Yuma. Oh, try and say that fast 5 times. And they're going to be teaming on with Roddy Strong and Kyle O'Reilly here. Going to be taking on the Don Callis family. We're in for a ton of good fun tonight. Sorry, just... You know, matches are going on. I want to be ready to go for you guys. So we are firing up on all cylinders today. I am so ready for this card today. And I'm not familiar with a lot of these entrances and whatnot. But it has to be said. Yua Uemura. So he wants to be the next Tanahashi, known as the Heat Storm. Okay. All right, I see you. And that's one thing I love about Forbidden Door. Like, for guys that don't watch a lot of... Guys and girls, sorry. That watch a lot of... don't watch a lot of New Japan. Don't watch a lot of other promotions. Mainly because of time. Like, let's just face it. Not a lot of people have a lot of time to watch all this. The fact you get to see it live, it's just... Yeah, it's amazing and ready to go. And we get to see a lot of things on the side and whatnot, so. I guess they're stuck right next to the bell. No, like, I think there's a lot of different reasons for a lot of people to enjoy tonight's card. And just getting ready for what's going to be a really amazing show tonight, I think. It's going to be sneaky good, I think is the best way to put it. AEW pay-per-views are always great. Like, let's not even kid ourselves. Like, they're charging $50. But the $50 that they're charging is definitely making them... Like, they're not shortchanging us in terms of the quality that they have for us. Like, it's funny because we're going through standards when it comes to AEW wrestling, and pay-per-view standards are so damn high. It's like, we were joking about this earlier. I think it was it was yesterday during Collision. And I also mentioned it on Wednesday during Dynamite. What is Darby going to bring out here for this? Like, are you literally going to... Is Darby literally going to bring out a gun? And I'm seeing people already... I already see people complaining from New Japan. It's like, ugh. just because they talk about Desperado being at the top of the card while there's so many others that are available. Andre, hope you had a great time doing the pre-show there with Lauren and Bobby. I had to duck out as soon as I saw the first entrance. I'm like, no, I got to get ready here, and we got a great show coming up here tonight. So I wanted to get in on this right away. I pop in. I was just like I said, I was literally getting the show ready. Had to get my last little bit of graphics set up and whatnot. So no, it's amazing today that we're having so many wrestlers on this card. Like I believe it's over 70 wrestlers that are on this show tonight. I think the final count was like 74 after everything's all said and done. Without there being like a battle royal or a gauntlet match, that is pretty amazing. Excalibur trying to figure out which wrestlers he can talk about and which he can't because they have Legends contracts somewhere else. I love this. Like Renee talking about the lights out steel cage match. She's like, I don't want to see this. This is the same match that John's always putting himself in these stupid matches, and I never want to see him in them. You can sort of understand that too, right? The father of your child is, willing to throw himself into cinder blocks and all right, well, this match just picked up and paced a little bit. And Cool Kyle's going to slow it down a little bit, but still make it look cool. Jesus! Like, I'm serious. This is insane. A lot of the stuff that's going down here right now. And we're what? 5 minutes into the show? Crew has a ton of potential. And it's nice to see Action Andretti getting a little bit of a personality more than he did before. Cool Canadian Cool Kyle. Honestly, I don't want anybody to have the initials KKK, sir. That just gonna have a little bit of that, maybe a little bit of that. It's true. You know what? It's just great to see Kyle get an opportunity and Roddy. And it was a hell of a story they told yesterday during that main event against the Ron and Todd. Didn't even realize that. Hey. Reminds me of sometimes when you're doing commentary, right? Somebody wants to put a spot over and you're like, no. All right, so what kind of reference do we get tonight for the Bucks? Do we get Itchy and Scratchy? Do we get Pinky and the Brain? I think Pinky and the Brain might actually have odds to be the better announcement because it is a WB property. No, they've already done Max and Jeremy. So good for Rod and Todd. Nice to see Enhancement Talent Gang. Oh, absolutely. Did you guys see what they did to the meet and greet at the whatever Starcast equivalent they had this weekend? They instead of putting the graphic up for the Bucks, they actually had the link to the JPEG on the website on the top of the poster, and they put the poster up in duct tape to for theirs. It was just amazing. By the way, Jay Quick, good to see you here today. Good to see everybody here today. Just filing everything in. Like, there's been so many interesting things going on, and Oh, and on a serious note, before we get too crazy here, um, fuck Rampage Jackson's kid. And everybody understands why I don't do kick right now. That's the reason why. No, kick is let's put it this way: something like that happens, and kick won't take it off the air whatsoever. That's what I'm sort of upset about. I know if something like that would have happened on Twitch, if you didn't hear, I think it's called Knox Pro Wrestling. There was a planned spot with Rampage Jackson's kid. Um, Basically, he came into the ring, ended up throwing a German suplex on one of the wrestlers, and that part was planned. Unfortunately, it continued where I want to make sure I get the name right. I don't want to mistake this at all. But what ended up happening is this guy literally started punching this wrestler who's unconscious to the point where he was bleeding out of his ears. He is currently in hospital. Raja Jackson, yeah. Attacked wrestler Stuart Smith, nearly killing him. Want to clear misinformation about my son. It's been confirmed that the wrestler is awake and stable. He was unexpectedly hit in the side of the head moments before the Smith match. Raja was told he's getting his payback in the ring. Thought it was part of the show, and it was bad judgment. A work that went wrong. Raja is an MMA fighter, not a pro wrestler, and had no business involved in an event like this. I don't condone his son acts at all. He suffered a concussion from sparring only days ago and had no business doing anything remotely close to physical contact. As a father, I'm deeply concerned with his health and the well-being of Mr. Smith. That being said, I'm very upset that any of this happened. But my main concern is that Mr. Smith makes a speedy recovery. Ugh. Oh, yeah, they pulled. Sorry, I missed that dragon screw there. And they tried it last night, and it actually worked out really well. And I want to see guys like Heatstorm show up here. Uemura, I believe his last name. Like, I was just trying to get it straight during the intros, but I want to see him show up here. I'm glad that they actually managed to get a few more New Japan talents on the roster here. Because let's face it, the number of people that from New Japan on this card is lacking a lot. Yura Uemura, yeah. I got the spelling, it's just the pronunciation. I screw up a little bit, but. There is no way Uemura's not getting the pin, right? He's going to win the pin here. I like that it's not all inter-promotional. Yeah, and after the first year of Forbidden Door, where it ended up being AEW versus New Japan, it just ended up being stupid. Josh pinning Cool Kyle, that's probably what ends up happening. Because we don't have a Rocky Romero here. Either that or Action gets pinned by Uemura. But they are going to have to wrap it up pretty quick here. We have 4 multi-man matches on this card. Multi-person. Let me correct myself. Multi-person. As we do have the 8 women tag later on as well. So because we got an 8, we got Well, hell, we got three 3/8 and a 6, I believe is the way it works out. Sorry I had to bring up that disgusting part first here, but oh no, it's Oku and Jet Speed versus the Gates of Agony and Ricochet. What? Uramura gets the pin on Leo. I thought it was going to be on Action, but Uramura gets the pin. Oh, that's called the Deb. Okay. Kyle trying to bring him into the conglomeration. Oh no, here we go. Oh, Rocky's in there. You know, shit's gonna get serious. Pardon my French, but you know, yeah, shit's really getting serious. Well, I guess there's a way to get Ishii on this card. Oh, this is amazing. It's like, oh no, Andre, you are the expert in New Japan. Oh, look out. I am looking forward to this. I'm sure this has happened a few times in New Japan, but in the North American audience, we haven't seen this yet. Archer and Ishii. Andre, this has had to happen before, right? It's like we're getting a free match right now. Oh, block. Not blocked. Happened in the past, but it's still always awesome. Yeah, like Archer is just such a underrated worker. Realistically, like he doesn't get used half as much as he really should. Roddy refuses to conglomerate. Still the running story here. Roddy afraid to conglomerate. Maybe he's wondering it's like a disease or something and you just can't get back out of it. So the bad news is there's an unexplained absence for Bryan Danielson here. Madison Range just popped in for the entire show instead. I know it's a bit of a downgrade in terms of, you know, it's not Renee and Danielson, but Madison is pretty smart when it comes to doing these breakdowns of all these shows. Yeah, I've I've looked up the stats for Bozilla. We actually talked about it right after she was announced as the fourth person in the group. And yeah, she knows how to hit. Andre, I'm sure you probably know a little bit more about Bozilla than I do, but I I almost feel like this is Tony Khan has said that he's wanted to get Bozilla in here earlier, but there were issues about it, which I'm assuming are visa related. And Madison's like, God damn it, Ricochet, you cut me off again. And they did have to cut it back because Arcady didn't get the clue that Dawn was trying to give her the signal of let's go, let's do the intros. And Arcady just was not doing them. I love that vet. I love that jacket. I love that jacket on Ricochet. I love that Excalibur has to explain that, yeah, Danielson bailed on us. Makes me wonder what's going on with him, to be honest. Could he show up during the show? That's the question. Could you imagine he doesn't show up for the pre-show because he gets involved in a match tonight? Oh, this is awesome. That's why they couldn't get her before. Yeah. He beats up Ron Todd. Wouldn't feel bad about it. This is such a great team here. Just look at the buildup of this team. Oku, Knight, Bailey. Like, you can't tell me this is a little bit awesome right here. This has to be the biggest Oku event for him at home. At home, yes. Because he wasn't on. He wasn't at all in. He wasn't in the gauntlet, was he? I think he was. Because yeah, we wasn't he one of the surprises in the gauntlet for All In, the one that Christian won, that everybody thought Nigel should have. That was yeah. So in the preview show, we get Mike on All Elite post after this match. I want to see. Here's the thing, and TK actually is pretty cheeky about this, and I love it. Oka was his. Okay, that's fair. Either way, this has to be a pretty big moment for Oku and Amara for that matter. This crowd is going nuts right now, and Ricochet's like, no, I want to feel this heat right now. Let's go. Yeah, these guys are only going to get like 10 minutes, though. That's the problem. Unless they're literally going to start the trios match in the start of the pay-per-view. And that I actually wouldn't mind that for once. You start the pay-per-view with the ending of the trios match. It seems like you. It will give you a sense of, yes, you need to watch. You need to watch the pre-show because you never know what you're going to see. 17,000 people chanting bald. And Jet Speed taking care of the gates of agony. Oh, we all know what's coming. We all know what's coming here. The triple ball dip. Oh. Bringing up Benny Hill. How many of these people in the crowd watching right now are going to know about Benny Hill? I do, because, I'm old, but once again, we are starting with the extra large coffee in the Mortal Kombat mug today. We will be shifting over as we go along here. Michael. Michael, does anybody want to say thunk? I believe the proper word right there is thunk. Jesus. Landed right on the front of, right on his forehead. Landed literally on his forehead. And you know what? The funny part is, this is about what? We are literally 45 minutes away from the start of the show, and just we're already got a ton of great action already. But yeah, if anybody's wondering, I have ordered it through Amazon Prime. My clock on my screen is about 10 seconds behind the clock on the, or I'm 10 seconds ahead of the clock that's on the screens for you right now. So if you want to get a rough estimate where I am in terms of viewing, unfortunately we can't show you the video on our screen because, well, you know, the whole copyright thing. You got it through YouTube? Cool. I found that the YouTube pay-per-view was actually a lot more expensive. Like, I was checking prices out. Price-wise, ppv.com tend to be the cheapest. And then I just found the quality wasn't... It almost felt like ppv.com. Well, I got Amazon Prime, and I haven't had a problem with it, so... Yeah, YouTube's simple. I would say ppv.com would actually be a good bet for you. Just the only thing about the video, I found it almost feels like, you know, that video that you put through a video, like that second pass through kind of thing. The the other thing is also I do have the Amazon app on my TV, so it's just as easy to watch that way. But I think this is going to be a pretty big statement show for AEW overall. And let's face it, they got to make a statement here just because. Oh, God. What the hell? Ah, okay, that's fair, Andre. Hey, it could be an early Christmas present for you. Oh, shoot. I know what I forgot to do here. Let's see if I can do this while we're on live. Let's see now. It is 10. Let's go for. There we go. Now we got it live. So, for anybody that's asking, for the remainder of the for the show today, gift subs of 5 or more on the Twitch channel are 35% off. Never necessary, but these are always a great opportunity for every. Like, we're gonna have enough people popping in here that you want to see it. So, but yeah, Oku doing a hell of a job here today. Oh, look out. Fosbury flop. Ricochet, eat your heart out. I still want to see. I want to see Ricochet do some kind of spot. You know what Toa Leona looked like there? You look like me on WWE 2K25 when I actually pressed the run button and I can't figure out how to stop? What a frog splash. But what I was mentioning earlier is TK's pretty particular about making sure that you get a win and you're in for AEW. Like, you don't get signed on a loss. That's why I sort of wasn't guessing. That's why I wasn't expecting Aladon to get one yesterday. I got a feeling she may be signed. It's like there's nothing official yet, but be nice to see her get the win. Oh God, that knee. Ricochet is so damn good. One knee and another knee. Interception on the 20. Ricochet tried to go in for the shot. That is an awesome camera view for that. Unfortunately, they did a little too. I will still say production is just not. Lion Salt! Production still needs work. Let's not even kid ourselves here. And this crowd's so into it, just yelling, "Now we play." Ricochet going for the eyes, damn it. What a freaking drop kick there. Open the gates into a spirit gun. And Bailey gets blocked out. Yep. Oku not going to get that graphic. I'm just really happy to see it. Just seeing a lot of people popping online here. Once again, everybody, thank you for being here. Gonna do a quick, just gonna do a quick social post just to make sure everybody knows I'm here. Nobody wants to listen to you, Don. We all know that already. Insurance policy. Really? You guys got to zoom in. Don't show that you're not in front of a big wall there. Oh, here we go. In honor of Zodiac. Make sure we get the boing in. I'll throw an extra one in for the hell of it. Love the matching outfits here. Like, Penelope's really gone in with the gimmick. Megan Bayne, 19-1, and the only loss is to Toni Storm. And the people that are watching from Stardom to watch Bozilla work, they're gonna know Megan Bayne. She's got a history there, and of course Tekla as well. On the editor for this video for the Triangle of Madness. I just find it funny that, you got Julia and Sky that are very slow, very demonic. And then you got Tekla who's just trying to be a ball of hate. So Julia and Sky are trying to pick themselves up while you're trying to get Tekla to calm down a little bit. It's a nice little mixture. All right, I could enjoy a pose like that. And the place erupts as Willow comes out. Like, as they take out the LED board on the side. Ha! Oh, Riccaboni tried to get the rap hit and just. I'll never get tired of the New Japan announcer. You want to talk about a pop? Like, Harley got a pretty good pop there. Something you wouldn't have said about a year ago. Like, she was improving, but she was not on this level. Now watch Stat just not come out. Wow. Pretty nice pop for Stat there. She's like, I don't want to shake hands. I want to go beat some ass. Somebody give me Statlander versus Bane in like best of 7. ASAP. Statlander gets in the ring. It's like, Bane, get over here. No? All right, fine. I'm not wrestling yet. And of course, Tekla wants to start the madness off early. Like, ref, why do you even bother? Just don't even bother. Just forget it. Just let it go. Let it go. Let it go. Because these women are going to slay. Let it go. This is going to be a lot of fun here. This match here and the main card as we go through. So I think this might be what do we got? 14 women on the card? This might be the most number of women outside of the Casino Gauntlet match that we've had on AEW pay-per-view before. And we got this match, and we got the trios tag match between the War Dogs and uh, the War Dogs and the Ops for the tag titles there. The trios titles, more appropriately. And that's still like, it's pretty amazing how everything goes here. Pulling out a Ken Patera reference. Atta boy. Julia, don't make it so obvious you're slapping that ass. Watch Statlander do the same thing right away. Oh. Statlander even dyed her hair red. No, that I got a feeling Statlander's going to get pinned thanks to a mistake by Statlander gets pinned by a mistake by Willow, and that just sends this overboard. And it's been funny, like nice to see Blue and Julia working well together like they always have. And I appreciate how they have it so that, you know, as you don't necessarily have to be up on the corner unless you're ready for a tag. But there's enough people available for a tag, so it's not that big of a deal. Sick little sisters here, actually. Megan just decided, yeah, I'm getting involved. Oh, Jesus. Megan just dealing with both of them without, like, nothing. Once again, Megan Bain just proving why she's one of the best. And she can do a dive, too. Everybody go for a dive. You go for a dive, and you go for a dive. Everybody goes for a dive. I don't even know why they bother trying with the distraction thing with the ref. The number of DQs that we've had in the history of AEW is just minuscule, to say the least. One sec, I see something here. Gotta less whiten out my face here. Jeez. I do go outside once in a while. I know it's hard to believe, but I like how Riccaboni's so absolutely shocked about how it's set up here. He keeps it locked on. She keeps it locked on with her legs. Yeah, that's pretty much what a leg lock does, sir. No, once again, I just thank you, everybody here. This is the, well, what is it? This Sunday is the last. No, next Sunday there's no football. So after this, we get one more Sunday without anything crazy going on. And then, well, I guess you got Clash in Paris. Harley getting the hot tag? Jesus H. Jesus. And Willow and Amanat are upset that Statlander didn't tag them. Took too long to set up, and Bane's just sitting there like, come on. Come on, you want to try that splash? Come on, I know you want to. This crowd is fired up. This place is going to be loud. This place is going to be nuts. So, the other news that they just dropped about tonight, and we'll talk about it later on here, is this lights out match that we're getting tonight. They've actually set up a special ring that's essentially it's the Blood and Guts cage over a regular ring. It's either that or they drop one panel out of the sides. So there is stuff going to be able to be done outside. It's not going to be one of those locked up to the edge of the cage. And Megan just said no. No, screw you. I ain't dealing with this. And Amanada knows how to flip out of that in the last second. That would have been preservation. Because you could see that Bane couldn't get Amanada up high enough or just didn't. Maybe that was on purpose. A little bit of insane there, so. Oh, poor Sky. Always there to eat the pin. Willow Death Valley Driver. Now it's Willow and Amanada are going to be killing each other for the next couple weeks. Damn. Everybody just getting nailed right now. Like, normally, it would be an automatic that Sky's eating the pin on this. Oh, here we go. Amanada and Tekla will not. They're just going to brawl to the back. Maybe Harley's going to eat the pin. Uh-oh. Jesus, Harley. Oh, here comes the Liger Bomb. Wouldn't that be an illegal foreign object? Wouldn't that be an illegal foreign object if you ripped the mask off your face? Come on now, ref. Like I said, DQs are an option here. They're not real. Oh, here we go. And Sky Blue eats another pounce. Hey, Mark. Hope you're doing well, and hope you enjoyed the show today. We've got a lot of wrestling on deck tonight, and just hope everything's going well for you, my friend. Well, I'm sort of happy that you're getting to watch this more at a decent time than what you normally would on. Uh-oh. Yeah, Harley's eating it. There you go. Of course, Megan Bain's going to get the victory here. No, we're going to have fun today. We got another 3 hours of craziness going on. Forgot it would be this. Yeah, it's England time. That's why I got the old Mortal Kombat coffee mug going on right now. We'll switch over later, but yeah, this is an early one. Like we are 3 matches into the pre-show already. It's amazing that we're having almost as many wrestlers on the pre-show as we're having on the main show without a battle royal. Because personally, I still think battle royals are a lazy. Oh my God, they got 1-day talent signs. Hey, Zodiac. Good to see you here. Oh God, this is gonna be hilarious. The production guy's gonna say "F you." Gonna stick some tape in it. I thought he was gonna stick some tape. Yeah, and I really. Wait a second. When Tony does this, don't tell me you're bringing Martha out. Tony Hart. Surprised they aren't bringing Dallas out. You know, he is a promoter too. Tony Khan will always be careful. No, just every time she talks, it goes on. Worse than some of my rants. Jay's game start. Yeah, let's hope that we don't have 3 extra innings of baseball. She should team with MJF and Jericho. Is she memorizing the script properly? Yeah, and in terms of Bane, like, oh, just like, yeah, sure, whatever. Production guy, get the damn out of the camera saying here. See what I mean? We got a trios title match to go here. You don't need to waste this time here. Thank you. We're going with Hangman. Yeah. All right. You guys are going a little bit too long here. That's OG, that's Owen's kid. All right, a little promotional spot, I guess, I'll give him a pass. Is he a wrestler? No. At least he's not been fully trained yet. Just like Rampage Jackson's kid. If you haven't seen the note, we talked about it earlier on the show here, but just how do I put this politely? I'm not going to pull punches. Fuck Roji, that's all. He ended up, I don't know if you heard the news. They are so jam packed right now, they don't even get a chance to say anything on the pre show. Okay, so Robbie X, I have no clue about. Drilla Maloney, I've seen a little bit about. Clark Connors, I remember him from his time in WCPW. And the most hated man in wrestling right now, Gato. Oh, her outfit is absolutely amazing. Well, Renee always has a way of showing off. I love her comment tonight. Yeah, whenever John books a pay-per-view match, I never want to watch it. But yeah, the guy that's in the beard and all that, he's probably the most hated man in New Japan right now. Because I do believe he is what is they call the Booker. The Booker man. My God, Samoa Joe looks serious. Well, but I can't begin to fathom why. Uh, Once again, everybody, just thank you for stopping by here. This is going to be a lot of fun, and this is only the pre-show. We're 4 matches in. Seen a hell of a performance right off the bat from, well, Michael Oku had a hell of a performance. That opening match there, the Crew, getting a chance to show off the way they did against Desperado and Yuya Uemura. Didn't most of his early bloodbaths end in a tweet from her along the lines of, what the fuck? Seriously, what the fuck have you done? Yeah. Yeah, no, she still does that. Renee still does that. Big G, how the hell are y'all doing today? How you doing today? Nuts! Everybody just piling in here now. If you guys get a chance later, check up the 0 hour. We got 10 minutes left in it. We've had 4 great matches. This is the 4th match coming up. We've had 3 great matches so far. We're going to have a great one here. At the beach, hey. As long as the weather's okay and the beach is great. Shibata ain't pissing around tonight. Like, usually Shibata's a little more subdued, but he's getting a little bit extra violent here. Maybe Samoa Joe's rubbed off on him a little bit. But yeah, one of the best things right now that we're able to see here is like you pull up Left at AM weigh-in surfing along with a touring lighthouse. Hey, that's cool. Hope you had a lot of fun there. I hope you had a great time. This morning I literally got up, had breakfast, was down my second cup of coffee, checked out our local establishment's pre-show for a little bit, and while I'm watching that, I literally saw the first match starting. I'm like, oh crap, I got to get started. Because, yeah, they started the first match at about 10 minutes to noon Eastern. Oh, Drilla. I really do hope that these guys get the spotlight they deserve here in this. In some ways, I almost feel like getting the main event spot of the pre-show might actually be a lot more beneficial than actually being on the card if you're a new talent. Because the booker has faith in you to have that spot. Oh, here we go. Hey! I love that spot from Joe so much. The walkaway spot. It's amazing how walking away from somebody gets over so much. Sounds like these guys have been in a relationship a few times. What's opening? They haven't said yet. It's been weird. Like, I think the biggest news coming out of today is the fact that Bryan Danielson was unavailable for the pre-show. Like, Madison Rain stepped in for Danielson there. Thinking MJF Hangman opens? No. I don't think there's a chance in the world that opens. I'm going to guess that that's going to be the second last match of the night. The last match of the night will end up being the lights out match. But the one thing they have confirmed, and this is something I want them honestly to consider for Blood and Guts, instead of using the double rings so you just don't look like WWE Light, and yes, I understand there's tradition in it, but tonight's cage, you could notice that around ringside there's extra gaps. They have a cage that actually is going to be extra wide, so it's not going to hug the posts. It's going to be around the whole build. While you are going to get rid of the top of the cage spots, you are going to be able to do a lot more out there, right? Oh no, that's what the plan is. Like, even Lexi Nair in her interview with with Rod and Todd, Itchy and Scratchy, Beavis and Butthead, whatever you want to call them, they just before she talked to them, she explained that's exactly what AEW will be doing at that point. I like the Bucks that in their interview with their interview pre-show, they actually had a one-day talent stickers on their shirts. If you didn't get a chance to see it, and they decided to rip. They were going after the production guy for all the stuff that he's done, and they told the production guy, and you can watch for this during the match. They gave him a white bag and told him to fill it with some of the most dangerous weapons in AEW or in the building in London and what London has to offer. I wonder, could it be some fish and chips that are in there or just something that you don't expect, right? Yeah, this stage, well, the stage is basic. That's the best part about it. Shibata telling Connors, come on, if you're going to hit me, hit me. There you go. Right. That little left hand will help that. Ah, Clark Connor. Gotta love him. Might as well just go for the eye gouge instead. Just seems a whole lot better. Nice trip. Well, welcome to the meat chance, folks. Jesus. I think Robbie was expecting a spine buster, didn't realize that that's Hobbs' finishing move. So Hobbs just said, nope, we're going to hold it here and we're going to take you over for a ride. But yeah, this is a lot of fun, folks. And just as we come in here, just for the record, the countdown clock on my screen is about 20 seconds behind me. So if you want a rough estimate about where we're at right now, we should be a little bit closer in terms of timing for all of us, just because we are all doing the same sort of format. Spiral tap from Robbie X. What was it? A tight spiral tap, but it still was. You really gonna do that? And there's a spine on the pine. My God, I love a Hobbs spine buster whenever I get a chance to see it. Yeah, Robbie, I feel bad for you right now because Joe's pissed, and we have 2 minutes till the pay-per-view starts. So Joe's hitting all his greatest hits right now. We might even start the pay-per-view with the finish of the trios match. Aubrey, don't not turn around. Shibata with just a subtle kick. Didn't even need a real feeling to it. Oh, X is done. I said it before, I'll say it again. I'm sorry about your damn luck. They have 1 minute to go. Like, you're talking about cutting it thin? Like, this is tight. Tight. Tight like a tiger. But yeah, I really do. Remember they asked who you are? Oh, God. Yeah. Here's a question for you guys. And when you're talking about the lineage of AEW, what do you, who do you consider a more advantageous champion for the history in the lore? CM Punk or Samoa Joe? Personal opinion, I do think Samoa Joe's legacy being there long term is actually going to be a bigger. If the promotion is just as big, I think eventually it'll be Samoa Joe. But yeah, Punk actually being there gets you that spotlight. And that's where it really is a toss up bit of a question for me. But Punk did give it that name notoriety that Jericho did, that Moxley's done as well, Danielson, like people that everyone knows, right? So what match is starting? I don't know. We haven't heard yet. By the way, good to see you, Nick. AEW fell off hard after the Punk snap. I know. That's the problem with any champion, right? And you can pretty much look at any promotion when it comes to if your top talent creates a position where if whatever top talent you have, I don't care what promotion you're in, if they're going to cause problems that are going to basically break apart the promotion because of their antics, it's a lot of faith that a booker has to have in a wrestler. And so far, Tony Khan's had his growing pains, and we all know about him very much. And trying to put his faith in somebody who's perpetually injured too. Like, I think the goal was to have Adam Cole to win the championship eventually there. And I wish Adam Cole comes back, and I do hope that he gets in great shape. But you got to be very careful, right? Tony has bounced back in a real way, and now that Tony's basically like let's be honest, none of us really know what the real goings on backstage are with Tony Khan. For all we know, he could be listening to one person and that person's booking the show right now. But if it is from what we hear it is, and Tony Khan is the sole booker, and he's starting to book the way that he sees his vision going, he is hitting home run after home run after home run. Let's just face it. But yeah, Nick, I'm doing good. I'm going to be honest, it's going to be a little exhausting by the time we're done here tonight. That's why we're not double streaming today. Between, what was it, a 42-hour shift, I think it was. I started at 7 a.m. Friday, and I finished after we were done here last night, which was about 10 o'clock local. So add 3 hours to that for you guys, so. CNC Wrestling Factory right off the bat here tonight. That's how you're going to get a crowd fired up. Listen to this crowd. Listen to this flipping crowd. Let's go. I just, when I'm doing commentary, this is the moment where you just lay out. You don't let anybody say shizen. Yeah, I really hate it when... Well, you know who's saying Cope isn't a draw, right? And there's been a lot of talk about this online lately. Especially with the rumors of Jericho and the about face by a lot of these people. He's only not a draw to the people who don't want him to be a draw. And let's face it, if you can't close a show, you might as well open it, right? And in my heart of hearts, I still believe this. CNC Wrestling Factory versus FTR for the tag titles is what's going to main event All Out in Toronto. Because All Out is the one pay-per-view every year that does not have the heavyweight title as the main event. Cope has always been a draw, and the crowd sings, son, does crowd do for Orton? Yeah. You got fans crying right now seeing Cope out there. This is going to be a 5-hour pay-per-view, folks. Buckle up, because listening to this, let's go. I am just fired up right now. And you know what? You know how they say that AEW, or sorry, they say that crowds in Europe are so much better than, oh my God. They literally put asshole in his Titantron. They put asshole in his Tron. It's the devil in the details, folks. I'm telling you. Welcome to Mr. Kennedy 2012, where he admitted he was an asshole. But he's Adam Copeland's asshole. He's going to stick with his asshole. I don't know where else to go with that, folks. I'm just, It's like Cope sort of backed himself into a corner, sort of the way I did on... Cope played into the scowl. I love it. I don't like the fact that Kill Switch kept the name. I would have loved to see him go back to Luchasaurus again. Underrated over it. Wait. Folks, underrated over it. Oh, sorry, that was Kip Sabian's logo. I thought that was Jack Perry's. Danielson doing commentary tonight instead. Okay, so that's why he was on the pre-show. Okay, let's not panic here. This makes a lot more sense now. Because originally when they announced Danielson and Renee, Taz is going to be available for this. Unfortunately, Taz has had some complications with his knee and hip surgeries. So he had to stay back in North America and get some work done. All the best to Taz for his recovery, but we get Bryan Danielson as a result out of this. Now, this necessarily shouldn't have to go very long. This crowd is white hot right now. Boobs. We don't have Tanahashi out here yet. Yes, I know exactly what you're referring to. Mother Wayne being motherly again. So I also want to know what move does Copeland decide to use that he hasn't used before? Because that was his goal when he was wrestling, right? To come up with a move that he's never used before every match. Well, there we go. Took us 30 seconds. This stable needs to be called the Milk Factory. And I'm just going to, for politeness sake, get about as far away as I can on that. Hey, Calamardo. We are absolutely ready for this show tonight. Wayne's Motorboats. Hey, that sounds like some money. That's how you pay for something there. Now, tonight's going to be a lot of fun here. And now, the initial boos. And now the Luchasaurus chants kick in. Make a whole thing about Nick being super uncomfortable without going full attitude era. And Cope's like, dude, really? You deal with your own problems. Why am I dealing with it? I love the comedic timing of both these guys so much. Like, it's not about just the moves in the ring, and it never has been for Cope or Christian. Like, they have been one of the best combinations of both. Oh my god. Luchasaurus, I think he just lost a couple. I'm pretty sure there's some teeth gone there. But how are you doing tonight, Calamardo? How you doing, everybody here? Good to see everyone. We're just firing up into the big show. Anybody that's just popped in, thank you for being here. And Kevin Owens, instead of watching this, was over at NASCAR today. I guarantee you he's watching this from somewhere. Oh, nice little slap for Kip. Oh, Mama Wayne getting in the way. Ha! Okay, that's a way to get back at it. If I was Cope, I'd be like, wow, you look a little bit like Beth. Maybe just without the muscles. But yeah, it almost feels weird that Cope's going to be the one taking the heat throughout this match, and Christian's going to be the one that gets the hot tag. Oh, Kip. Do not piss off a dinosaur. Do not piss off a dinosaur. I think that's sort of a rule, isn't it? But these disrespect spots just make it seem like the possibility of having Jack Perry back in here, which I totally think is going to be a thing. But having Jack Perry and Killswitch as a team again, in a different sense, not the same way that they were before, I think it's going to turn out really well. Oh, now he wants to tag. Ha! I love how Luchasaurus is like, I don't care that you want to be in charge. I am going to throw your ass I'm going to make you a pinball here. See, the thing is, Jack Perry will do these moves and he won't even think twice. Why would you reach out for a tag if there's no tag to be made? Like, Danielson, you got to think about this a little bit here. Glad to see so many people online checking out Forbidden Door. Sorry, just quickly checking over the socials here in case anybody... I'm always wondering if people asking questions or whatnot. I'm just telling them to pop in here. The hell? Kip's busted open already? Remsburg going for the gloves. Well, you wanted a tag, you got a tag, you dumbass. Oh, geez, Kip, you got to be smart. See, if you wanted to get a good laugh out of that, you could have done the ricochet right into the, what was that phrase you used earlier? Wayne's motorboats? Oh my God, Kip's boots and everything. Like, he got wrecked. Christian Cage chant. Who would have thought about that in 2025? Mother Motorboat and Wayne. Christian acted like he's dead off one move. My God, Kip's face is just a mess. And I think that was totally unintentional. Yeah, Zodiac, we're on the same page here. That seemed like it was totally unintentional. One of those spots on the... Oh, here we go. This crowd's trying to help Christian. Oh, damn. All that momentum and just nothing. And that is a lot of color that Kip's got because everybody has it on them. Into the ring post. Dang.
You
Whoa.
left your house and
Bad
walked
spot to
into
get a cut.
mine.
Yeah, right above the eye. Oh, jeez. Walker. Sorry, I'm getting stuff there. I'm getting stuff there. Resubscribe 36 months. Thank you. Appreciate you. You're on the 3-year mark here. You get a brand new badge on your channel. So you get the 3 spot. I have to work on getting some new badges. Badges, emotes, logo, everything. Jeez. And Christian's just going for broke here. Well, I do have some new ones, and for the OOGs, you're going to see them because they are for the upper, like the people that have been here for the beginning. Starting to work them down a little bit. They're the special controller ones for badges. Hey, we got a Bailey chant here too. Christian, will you be my guy? Just a reminder for everybody real quick, since Walker just subbed here. Gift subs are available in groups of 5 at 35% off for the duration of the stream here today. It's going to be until 8 p.m. Eastern. It'll be available. No obligation. Just anything you do helps out the channel. What do you think about Mercedes Moné pushing hard for one more match? I think it's inevitable. I think the bigger news out of that conversation, more than execution after a double low blow. No way. I think the bigger story coming out of that interview, that Instagram Live with Bailey, was it on Friday morning? It was the fact that Bailey's going to be at the Women Rule the World show, the one that Athena's running, the next one. And she said in particular that she's there to see Chris Statlander. So, yeah. Her saying that says a lot more to me than one more. We want to have one more match. Like, you could say you want everything in the world. I want to win $1 million. Until you actually do it. Oh my God, the elevated spear. That was awesome. Like, Christian was going up for a flapjack for him, and Cope just came in and just speared the living piss out of Sabian there. Now, what's the reaction going to be with these two? I think we're going to have a little bit here. This crowd is just trying to egg on Christian right now. You son of a bitch. There's no hug yet. We're not going that far yet. We're not hugging. That hug is coming in Toronto. We can call it right now. Look after your broom? The hell sign is that? This crowd is just so wired right now and ready to go. Oh my God, we're getting Takahashi and Fletcher already. I guess I can't really say already because this card is so stacked. We could pretty much put anything anywhere here and it would make sense. All the respect in the world to Dustin Rhodes, by the way. Wishing him a speedy recovery. I'm trying my best to get CNC Wrestling Factory over with Christian and Cage. Just because once they get finally together, I do feel like that's what's going to happen in Toronto. We're going to get the hug moment. But yeah, this will be a lot of fun. Takahashi, sorry. I'm going to get those two names screwed up a lot tonight. Please forgive me. Like the two NJPW guys you get on the main card are Takahashi and Tanahashi. Like, come on. Gotta love that they bring in Shibata for the introductions. Desperado on commentary tonight for the Japanese broadcast. Appreciate that. Was in a match earlier tonight, so he's dressed for the occasion. This is just, yeah. I'm literally getting goosebumps for this show. I don't usually get that a whole lot when we're dealing with this. And it just feels good to have this out here. Is Archer live Instagramming this match? Somebody please go to his socials and see if this is actually happening. Oh my God, he is. Archer, stop live streaming. God damn it! Send him my way if you're gonna do anything there. Come on now. No, that's pretty awesome here, and here's a shocking point, folks. This is one of the few nights where Fletcher is not wearing pink. Oh my God, they got Walker Stewart in. Let's go. If you guys aren't familiar, Walker Stewart is the New Japan Pro Wrestling English commentator. And we're getting Don Callis here too. Walker Stewart's just like, oh, I can't get away from this guy. Yin and yang, yeah, like seriously. For every good, you got to take a bad, right? Fletcher getting the pyro tonight. I like it. Oh, Jesus. Welcome to the show. Oh, man. I love how Danielson's putting over Fletcher right now. I think Danielson's trying to put him over more so that the less you hear Callis here. I I love the fact that usually Excalibur's the one always giving out the details, but now it's Walker Stewart that's giving out the details of the show. Makes it feel like everybody's being integrated and there's a big knowledge base between both. I honestly do want to see. I do hope that they talk a little bit about Wrestle Dynasty as well. If you don't know, that's the essentially the New Japan equivalent to Forbidden Door, which occurs on January 5th. And this year they should have a little bit more talent available for that show, mainly because I do believe January 5th this year, and I'm going to just double check it right now. Well, I'm always checking on my phone for stuff. I'm sorry, chat. Yeah, the 5th is a Monday. So there's a lot more availability of wrestlers at that point. That and the fact Takeshita's probably going to be main eventing on the 4th. And yeah, they dropped this big news that they're going back to Australia on the. Guess what, folks? You get to spend Valentine's Day with me as we get to go down under. Feel free to let your girlfriends and boyfriends know that exact term. Now, and it's cool that they're doing a House Rules show, and I hope they get to do a few more of those, especially in areas that they don't normally get to. And I will include Canada in one of those as well. Like, I would like to see it, like Edmonton get the Dynamite, and then maybe a Red Deer or a Calgary get a House Rules, or you could do vice versa. You could do 2 a year. Like, Calgary's going to get a big show, Edmonton's going to get a big show. Let them have a House Rules show on the opposite night. Like, I have to say, one of the big announcements that's come out over the last 24 hours, if you are familiar with the Edmonton area, if you haven't heard, TNA is having their next branded show here in Edmonton. I believe it's No Surrender. That's going to be on September 26th, the Friday night. They're doing their daily tapings on the Saturday, the 27th. Top Talent Pro Wrestling, one of the local promotions here, is running a special Sunday show on the 28th. And they've just announced that Nick Nemeth will be one of the highlight wrestlers for the show. So he's already in town, so they get to save a little bit on travel. And I'd like to see AEW be able to incorporate that a little bit more, especially if you're going to do like a collision on a Saturday. These local promotions will move if you let them know that you're around and you're available. Why? Why? Why did I start talking? And when I stop, the next words I hear out of my mouth is Don Callis saying, "I like my men lean. I like my men strong." I'm like, and I'm just like, okay. There's enough of a weird enough romance between these two. I love that Callis basically is giving Walker Stewart the gears for the same excuses that he used last night on Collision, talking about the possibility of Takeshita losing to Ishii. Takahashi equated to Darby Allin. Okay, so well, I think their personalities are a little bit different between Hiromu and Darby. I could just tell that by the tights, actually. Just saying, not saying, just saying. No, but we're having, this is the first of what is it, 5 title matches tonight that we're getting? 6. Because we got the tag, we got the TBS, we got the women's, men's, tag, and TNT. So we got 6 title matches tonight. Man, I wish I could go for the light heavyweight division personally. Maybe but I could do maybe the junior tag championships if I run by myself. Maybe. No, actually, it's really smart if he ends up going with a knee, because trying to do the brain buster without a knee, you got to be extremely strong to deal with that. My God, a half and half with a complete flip out. Jesus! Fletcher is so damn good at that move right there. Like, literally, this Michinoku driver, and the fact that he's able to shift the head just enough to get that down without having any serious injury. Okay, Callis changing names on the fly here. I still can't get over that cage match between Fletcher and Ospreay. But once again, like the big thing going on here, and I've felt this since the beginning of the show here, it's a game of can you top this? Fletcher versus Ospreay match of the year so far. That very well could be. I'd almost be scared to think of what the match of the year would be. And the thing is, there are so many. Like, if you like the drama, Jesus, that's a spirit bomb right there. Fletcher literally got the Keith Lee bounce on that one. Yeah, I know that. Literally, that Liger bomb, that last one, the fact that he got the bounce up so high, that's almost a Kota Ibushi type power bomb there. Spirit bomb, I think, is what he calls it. Or Splash Mountain bomb, sorry. But yeah, Keith Lee was famous actually for the bounce so high that he actually got right into a pinning position. This crowd's trying to fire up here. With the hair that Takahashi has, it's actually hard for fans to see his face. So when he's laughing like that, a lot of fans can't see it. Or else they might be able to catch along with it. They'll catch along with that. A kick out at 1. Is that why Takahashi just flipped right out of the ring like that? Hey, McGee, thank you for the retweet there. Just quickly perusing the socials because, you got to be on top of everything here when you're on this stream here. It's not that I'm... Oh, God. Folks, I believe the term we used for that one was thunk. Jesus. Let's just throw it out here right off the bat. I know we're going to be able to use that about 6 billion times. So I wonder, Archer's starting to walk up towards the ring a little bit. Fletcher isn't afraid to take a bump. Yeah, like, that wasn't even a bump. That was a thunk. Fletcher's on top of the world right now, and he's just trying to live up to that momentum. Might have got a bit of a stinger there. Both these guys just unloading bombs everywhere here. Japanese Destroyer! Fletcher's so good at the 299. The 2.9999999. And you know what? The only other person I've seen any better than that, he hit it. It'd be amazing to see a title change here. You can give it back to Fletcher soon enough. Callis having an aneurysm at ringside. It's always great. Yeah, Roman is so good at the 2.99999. Yeah, no, I think that got to give full credit to Reigns on that. Oh my God. Fletcher gonna eat the pile driver? Nope. All right, I give him that. And Fletcher's literally begging the referee right now. Please, 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 please. That was 3. Please, 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 please. You notice he hasn't used the brain buster yet? Here's something amazing, folks, and I just realized this. We got 9 matches today, yes. It's easy to see Fletcher's the future AEW. Absolutely. But here's the thing: don't let them. Don't let it. Don't let the future come too quick. Oh, didn't let go of the head. Oh God, Fletcher didn't let go of the headlock. And that brainbuster just does it every time. Let's go. But here's the thing, don't rush it. Now here's a question. I know it's going to deal with booking, but I want to talk about what's going to happen next year. I'm talking we're pre-booking way ahead of time here. We have All In London once again. Do you go Fletcher Osprey for a main event, or do you do the rubber match of Omega Osprey? Let Omega win the champ, or let Osprey win the championship in Wembley against Omega. We're going straight to TBS here. Mercedes getting locked into the 3 spot. Okay. And I'm hoping Walker gets to stay out a little bit more for this because a lot of people don't know a lot about Bozilla. And, of course, Persephone as well. Hell, knowing about Alex Windsor a whole lot, unless you've been watching the product consistently, Windsor, it's only what? A month in? A month, maybe a month and a half in right now? Oh, that's right. Persephone worked on that Global Wars card for ROH. Bozilla's just going to look. I can't wait for the face off with these girls. And Tony Khan talked about it on the media call that of all the people they wanted, Bozilla is the one that they want most to eventually get on this card. And you know what they means, right? He wants to sign her. And I think you wait to sign these people until you actually have you're settled enough for the tag title tournament. Or whatever way you want to do it to crown the new women's tag champs. A lot of red coming out tonight. A lot of British red. He wants a big woman heel. He has Willow, but heel Willow doesn't work as well. Well, heel Willow doesn't work at all. And honestly, Willow is not tall. Like, that's the other thing. Well, Nyla Rose just disappeared off the AEW map. She actually just became the Eve Pro Wrestling champion. I don't want to say women's champion because it's the women's promotion primarily. Yeah, just won that title last night. That's the promotion that Will Ospreay books for. Yeah, a lot of people doing a lot of research about Bozilla's dad, who performed in not only Germany, but also ECW. He was one of the members of the Full-Blooded Italians. Oh, and she's a Josh Alexander student as well. Okay. That would explain a lot. Gotta love Shibata's call for everybody on these entrances. She can't get the buckle off that outfit. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this works out. Hey, PJC, good to see you here today. Things are going good so far. We are just starting the third match of the, I was going to say night, but obviously not. This crowd is already over Mercedes. I'll bring the rundown up in just a second, but what the heck? Are they literally going to do a Queen's per set? Oh my God. They got the Royal Guard bringing out the titles? The first 8 titles with 8 Royal Guards. That's hilarious. It's a gimmick. I don't mind. Let her have more titles. As Mercedes coming out. She's going to be very furry for this match for some reason. Lots of C's, lots of E's, The hell? PJC, I know you're not watching. She is literally in NWO gear. This is basically if why would she do NWO gear? For life. She got the Queen's robe on, but yeah, it's like the font and everything. You have to see to believe it, but no, the pre-show is absolutely amazing. Like watching everything go through, like it was Crew, Alexander, and Archer versus Top Flight or Yui Uemura and Yui Uemura, Paragon, and I'm gonna hate myself for Desperado. That's right. And then taking on that turned out to be a great match. Michael Oku, the pop that he got was absolutely freaking insane. As he was teaming up with Jet Speed against Ricochet in the Gates of Agony, which Ricochet ended up pinning Oku, but Oku had a hell of a performance there. The women's 8-person tag. Huge pops for so many of the women in the group there. Like Willow had an insane one. Statlander had a pretty good one. Bozilla just dominating right now. And yeah, and then the main event, which was the War Dogs versus the Ops for the Trios titles, pretty much worked the way I expected. Michael Oku was really, really good. Got to see him in a multi-man tag versus TMDK WrestleMania weekend. Yeah, like Oku, like we're pretty much of the consensus here that Oku literally just hasn't got the graphic yet. And I do appreciate TK following one very specific rule. You need to get a victory to get your graphic. Windsor going for a sleeper. Oh, Jesus. Bozilla literally just destroyed Monet while Windsor's had her in a sleeper behind her. Like, they are literally showing Bozilla to be an absolute beast in this match. Now the pace of the match is going to pick up since Bozilla got knocked out to the apron. Monet, what are you thinking? That's funny. It looked like both ladies were going for a. Looked like Windsor was going to go for a backdrop and Persephone went for a flapjack. And Mercedes had to decide which one she was going to do. No, I'd recommend if you do get a chance, PJC, go check out the replay. Basically, if you're looking at the countdown on the clock, you'll be about an hour 10 is when Jesus. Bozilla just takes two women and a backdrop driver both. To hell with it, both of you. Well, yeah, literally they used 1 hour and 9 minutes of wrestling action on an hour and a half preview show. And they start at an hour 10. Jesus criminy! All right. I'm doing this for the honor of PJC here because I know he's not watching at the moment. Persephone flipped Mercedes in a monkey flip, and Persephone caught her in dead air and just held her, then lifted her up for a power bomb. Like, that is just simply raw strength and technique. Like, literally right now, this is giving me Andre the Giant versus Three Jobbers vibes. Yeah, no, Walker, if you haven't seen it, go back. Mercedes in the corner. Persephone does a monkey flip out of the corner, literally caught in a powerbomb. Makeshift. How the heck you doing today? We're having a lot of fun here today. Everybody's just piling in here, chatting a little bit of AEW wrestling, and just been here since the beginning of the 0 hour matches. And it's been so much fun to watch today. Oh, yeah. We talked about it during the pre-show. That, fuck Rosie Jackson. Just straight up. Rampage has actually come out with a statement. Oh, no, don't worry. We got a 5-hour show. It's not like we don't have the ability to, talk about other stuff during that amount of time. Here's the problem. Here's the problem with the throw in jail thing, which honestly I do agree that should happen. Like, something should happen to him for that. Jesus. Yeah, PJC, you got the exact quote that I did there. Oh, just going for a straight bear hug. Okay. Into a German Adam. Jesus. Bozilla's making a statement here today. But Rampage came up and said that basically there is no excuse for what my son did, but he got a concussion in a fight 2 nights earlier. He should never have been put in that situation. So while he's not giving his son a chance to get off the hook, he's blaming the promotion as well, which I do too. I blame security because while that is a planned spot, you're seeing blood come out of the guy's ears. You should step in and do something. Seriously. Like, how do you not? But yeah, that stuff like that, like, I personally, like, this was available on Kick to watch. It was a premeditated attack because he was embarrassed earlier on. Yes and no. It was a planned spot. It's just with the concussion, he couldn't interpret that he wasn't supposed to take it as far as he did. No excuse. I still think he should go to jail because, human decency. You're knocking a guy out until he's literally bleeding. Bleeding out of the ear, for frick's sakes. And sue the promotion. Sue the promotion for not having follow-up. Like, after the takedown, the security should have been in there. Even if it is a kayfabe thing, it should have been smart to have that. Oh, my God. Jesus! I thought it was going to be... Oh, my God. Hopefully Stu gets his quality of life back. Yeah. Oh, don't worry. He'll be taken care of for life, one way or the other. It's the States. Stu will sue his ass. Somebody's going to pay for this to go away. I almost guarantee it. But my God, did you just see that there? Yeah, Miro. I think Miro was the one that trained him. But yeah, Bozilla was looking to do a Tower of Doom spot, and Windsor just literally spidered herself up and just threw across just like Thekla would. Oh my God. Crucifix bomb into a double statement maker? Let's go. Yeah. I really do hope that Windsor wins this. I've talked about my potential plan about what's going to happen here. What I think should happen. You're not Natty. You're not Natty. She stayed with it in a different way. Here we go. My booking for this, personally, what I would do, Mercedes loses it here to Windsor, then loses her GD mind. So you can't tap if you can't. You can't tap if you can't move your hand. That is awesome right there. Nice little detail. That was absolutely great. This crowd's cheered for her, and she's like, boo, fuck up. what I think happens, Mercedes loses the title, probably to Windsor. She absolutely loses her mind over it. And she challenges Tony Storm, 8 titles versus 1. Like all 8 titles on the line. So you make it 9-title match. And that's when you get Mercedes to win the title in Toronto. Not that I'm trying to hype extra stuff for you, McCheese, so you can see a lot of great stuff at the pay-per-view. Okay, I see you. I have wondered about this spot for a while. Why would you, like, with somebody that big, breaking up the cover like that? Well, Mercedes is screaming pretty good here. Bozilla, I think, I don't want to say botch, but I don't think she got up for that, and she landed right on her head. Fisherman bomb. Let's go. Title change. Nope. It's going to be a quick roll up, and Mercedes is not going to be involved in the pin. I got to remember that. Oh, she managed to get up. You're really going to try and German Bozilla? I love the knee pads, by the way. Size does matter. That is just a cruel joke by Excalibur. Oh my. Did you hear the dad joke from Excalibur there? It's a German suplex, or to Bozilla, it's a suplex. He gets one of those and one of these. That one was absolutely horrible and great all at the same time. These ladies are getting time. Like, well, we're almost at the 15-minute mark already. Oh, they should get all the time in the world right now, but... No way! Persephone gets a razor's edge? Holy crap! That was impressive. Windsor with the discus lariat. Now she gets the proper sharpshooter on. And it's deep. Oh my God, are we still in a move here? No! Oh, Mercedes counters. Wow. All right, you know what? Hats off to her. Monet doing everything to steal that victory there. But you got to give her credit. Like, a victory roll out of nowhere, countering a razor's edge into a victory roll to get the 1, 2, 3 there. That, hats off to these ladies. They did an absolute amazing job here. Nobody looks really that much the worse for it. All right, well, folks, how do I put this in the Don Callis of ways here? A glorious release from one reason on this last match to another glorious reason for a release on this match to everybody in Europe. Oh. I want to know how much Nigel has in the tank for this. What a win for Monet. Yeah, like, that is another impressive win for Monet. And she's going to keep that run. Simply put, the person that finally does beat Monet after this, do you know what kind of cred they're going to get for the fact that they're going to be the one to dethrone Mercedes? You know what I'd love to see, and just spitball an idea with me here? That we get the person that defeats Mercedes Moné for the TBS title, Davina Rose. What do you think? The fact that Mercedes is able to keep it entertaining for one more year until somebody gets out of another organization, is able to sign somewhere else. Honestly, I think one of the biggest blows that could happen for AEW over the next few years, outside of injury, which I'll never wish on anybody, is for somebody to come out with an announcement saying that Bayley's been re-signed by WWE. You hear that? Wow! Johnny Saint. Folks, this is British royalty when it comes to wrestling right here. It's really true. He was untouchable when I love this. Johnny Saint's stamp of approval on Nigel McGuinness. And the fact that both of them use the same type of graphics. Like, this is a dream match for so many people here tonight. And the fact that Daniel Garcia is probably going to turn on Nigel at the end of this. Even Garcia's got that look on his face of just... He's not enjoying it. He's just there to... There he goes. There's a smile. This is going to be a lot of fun, folks. Well, that's right. They need to get Oasis for this. Tony Khan's not afraid to pay out money for music. Like, thank you, Mikey Ruckus. Oh, my God. There he is. Johnny Satan, Marty Jones, my God. You want to talk about the legends of British wrestling? They're right there. Danielson's bang on here. Just go and check them out if you haven't seen them before. like in Europe, like Johnny Saint was like literally one of the stalwarts of British wrestling altogether. Like he was what happened? I'm watching it on Amazon Prime, Jira. Good to see you here too, by the way. Yeah, no, picked it up on Amazon. I'm having no issues with it. It was such a pop last night to see Zack Sabre Jr. up to take on Max Caster there in that matchup. Walker getting a chance to work again. I love it. Wow. Walker throwing a statement out there right in the middle of an AEW show that the New Japan title is more prestigious. Let's call a spade here. Which one is more prestigious? Is it the New Japan title or is it the AEW title? As of right now, like it's all about the booking, of course. But I think in terms of prestige, Walker's right. Because that IWGP title's just been around for so much longer. The lineage of the champions is so important. Yeah, can you imagine Takeshita versus Zack Sabre Jr. might main event the Tokyo Dome? Like, it also wondered, does Sabre Jr. take on someone else before he gets there? Maybe the title changes? McGinnis is just feeding off this crowd right now, and it's awesome. Just you're going to see this match be a little bit slower compared to anybody else. Yeah, seeing a lot of people right now talking about it online. About the fact they want Bozilla to stay in stardom for a little while. And I agree. Let her grow, let her develop. I I am totally for the Detroit Red Wings method of development of their athletes. And for those that aren't familiar, the Detroit Red Wings throughout the late '90s, early 2000s were one of the most dominant teams in the NHL before this thing called the salary cap kicked in. Triple H driving a truckload of money to her as we speak. I do believe that could be a case. She's 21 and just got to start and let her exactly. Let her develop, let her grow, and let her decide. Triple H about the Cargiller.
No, 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 no,
I will sum it up that way.
No, please, no.
So yeah, when it comes to the Detroit Red Wings, their philosophy on draft picks was always to keep them in the minors until they're ready to go, then keep them there some more, just to get them to like over ripen. There's a couple reasons for that. One, by the time they come up, they are chomping at the bit to be in that main roster. And the other part is, of course, to save money, because the longer you keep them in a lower area, the sooner you get to, the longer you sit them down there, the cheaper it could be too, right? Did not work out for Vancouver, though. Jury's still out on Julia. Though I remember AEW not really being in. Julia was someone that the problem with Julia is the fact that she was going to be a Marigold person if she wasn't going to be if she didn't go straight to WWE, she was going to be a Marigold person. And she was a full backer of the promoter Marigold, who was basically the way we're learning it right now is the promoter there has been rumored. Well, that's one different hold that we haven't seen for a while. But the promoter for Stardom, who ended up becoming the owner of Marigold, he basically is turning into a version of Vince McMahon. Apparently, the rumors are. The only difference is some of the stuff that he did was a little more acceptable in Japan, in terms of some of the photos that were created and such. Zach just gets out of that. All right, that sucked. Like honestly, Vancouver, like she had that charisma. So she is in that same boat. She's absolutely, like, she is one of the top stars on Raw now. And she hasn't really had to say a word. That's the amazing part about it. But yeah, they're right now it's starting to become an arms race again, and that's where the problem comes in with the money and whatnot. So that technical spectacle, like, that was beautiful and ugly all at the same time. I'm all for arms races, so as long as they're both able to be, and that's the thing. I don't mind arms races. It's when you start throwing each other like right now WWE's doing no favors to themselves for a lot of the stuff, which is forcing them to throw out a lot more money, which is the thing that they hate the most about it. Like, I'm sorry, $6,000 for a front row ticket to WrestlePalooza. $70,000 for a front row seat to WrestleMania. Like, you're making the money, but are you really winning the war? So now they have to go to impressions and all that. With all due respect, when it comes to wrestling right now, don't get me wrong, there's a lot of great matches available on WWE, and like Io Shirai may be the best wrestler in the world right now, period. But show in and show out. Give me an AEW card over a WWE card. And more of that has to do with the booking than it does the actual wrestlers. Because there are some amazing wrestlers on both shows. If you like one over the other, that's fine. I get it. Back for more amateur butchering. Gig the finger, but the chicken is sliced up a good. Ah, boy. Can you find Don Callis and do the same thing for us, please? He's got a thick neck. You know, you'd be able to work a bit. Now, when you gig the finger, I hope that you didn't gig it right off. If you have a market that's willing to pay for it, I don't take issue. However, don't cry when the market goes away and people are priced out, lose interest. Yeah. Don't cry when your crowds where you have to fill those seats from the back area. Someone fronts me the way to fly there, I'll tempt it. The best way to sum that up. No, Walker, if you didn't get a chance to check out the women's match, the TBS title match, please check it out. Bozilla is an absolute star. Persephone put in an excellent effort. Just a jab with a pointy end and a finger that happened to be there. Fair enough. So basically, it was an unintentional. Trying to go for Tower London and just got. It's one of the hard ones to get off, right? Add it to the list. Thankfully, it's a finger that won't be needed for cart. Every finger can be used for cart. Are you doing Genshin and cart tonight, or just? Unfortunately, we missed it last night. I didn't get anything rated out. For those that are wondering here, Walker here, and while we're here, I'm going to make sure I give a shout out here. If you guys aren't following Walker here, do so. Didn't cart last night? Good. I still can't keep my streak alive here. Walker is raising money for the Starry Children's Hospital by doing the Ultimate Mario Kart Gauntlet. Literally going through every Mario Kart game and getting gold cups on every 200cc or whatever the highest one is. His family, I don't get to see that often roll over the front. Hey, you know what? That's fine. Like, honestly, when it comes to streaming, always remember it's family first. Like, a lot of people do forget that as they go along. I really wonder what would happen if somebody was able to pay Nigel the way that he needed to be paid to be a part of this. Because Nigel was point blank and honest. The reason he had to give up wrestling the way it wasn't just because he was sick. Like, you can always work around an illness. But he also always had to take a second job while he was wrestling. Because anyone that hired him didn't pay him enough to cover the bills. Ring of Honor couldn't do it. TNA couldn't do it. Finally, it was when he got back into WWE and became basically the voice of NXT UK. That's when it started to turn out a little better. But even then, they did the TNA style block coverage for commentary, right? So, but now that he's working in AEW, you can tell how happy he is. We're going to go for an hour of everybody shooting uppercuts at each other. Saber's got a busted nose. Sabre is losing blood now. This is interesting. I thought that was going to be a 3. Jesus! What a shot! You hear that more now? AEW wrestlers are happy? Yeah, like. Nigel will be like a shark that smells blood. Absolutely. And I honestly, for a feel good story, and they can always change this back later. I would love to see Nigel win it tonight. Do I think he will? Not a chance in hell. Tony just needs to understand how to manage locker room politics. Well, let's put it this way. Right now, I think the AEW locker room is probably in the best condition that it's been in a long time. And yes, that does include keeping certain people at home. Like a Britt Baker who had rumors to have stuff there. He does now more than say when he had CM Punk. Absolute. Well, with all due respect, Zodiac, that's under the category of Captain Obvious. Or under the, it couldn't have got any worse. Now he's into a triangle. This is not good. Yeah, he became a fan instead of that. Yeah. Probably thought it'd be similar to an NFL team. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. But you know what? You really don't know what he thought. And he probably thought that everybody would at least get along because, money solves all problems. He's learning very quickly that that is not necessarily the case. You tell me you don't want to see that match in the future. Garcia and Sabre Jr.? No way! Tower of London out of nowhere! And Garcia pulled the apron, too, to get the referee's attention. Oh, he almost got it there. It can solve a lot of problems, but not everyone's. It's sort of their own little business. Egos will be at odds. Yeah, well, hell, if you want to talk about that, talk about Jerry Jones and the Dallas Cowboys right now. Oh, what a reverse. Uh-oh. What a pin by Sabre. Damn, that was good. Always brings me great joy to dunk on the Cowboys. Amen. I'll give you a little mushroom for that one. No, Jerry Jones literally has said, I'm going with this deal that I made with Micah Parsons. I don't care what the agent says. This is what he's getting, and that's what he's got. And the agent and Micah are basically saying, fuck you. You hornswoggled us. And that's why the Cowboys will never win a Super Bowl while Jerry Jones is still alive and running the team. All right, we're going to get a handshake out of this at least. Can't shake the left hand because his hand's broken. Now you got to get Takeshita out here to sneak attack Sabre Jr. Oh no, here we go. Here we go. Nigel put on a hell of a match. This could be very well his last match in AEW, period. The gauntlet has been laid, folks. The largest crowd ever, 18,992. And based on what was released for information on Friday, it was over 17,000. They had 1,000 tickets they must have put on. And this is where the setup looks a lot smaller than what it was before. Oh my God. These two are still fighting out here. Like, what the hell? Amanada and Thekla have been fighting for over an hour and a half? Like what? It was 10:30 when this happened? Oh, wait. Yeah, it was what? No, it was 11 o'clock. It was 10:30, yeah. They left the arena at 10:30. It is now 12:30. They have been fighting for 2 hours straight. Like, you want to talk about women with endurance? These two go hard with each... Yeah. Literally fight forever is a way to go with this. Jesus. Oh, here we go. They are announcing it. Here comes the spot I've been waiting for 4 fucking months. It's coming. I feel it. I feel it in my bones. Jamie Hayter is back. Oh, even better. Let's go. Hayter, let's get some Haterade. And this feud, they wanted to start this right off the bat. You notice they didn't do this one on the pre-show. Do you remember how much hate, no pun intended, how much hate they gave to AEW for having Jamie Hayter's return initially on the pre-show at Wembley? Which I thought was fine. I thought they were going to announce the blood and guts for the women. This works just as well for me tonight. Let's go. Jamie Hayter's back. And you know she didn't want to miss this moment. And Amanada's like, yes, I don't have to get killed by her every single time now. Let's go. I am so excited for that, folks. But with that, I'm going to quickly, I got to go quickly unload and reload while we get this promo for the tag title match. I recommend you guys do too, because I think this promo is going to be the only time you're going to get a break here. So I'll be back in just a moment. I got to switch from coffee to... well, hell, something a little more stronger. Well, I'll be right back. I'm going to leave my audio on so you guys can hear it. My God, what a card so far. All right, chat. Sorry about the delay. All right, we're getting FTR coming back out. Stokes got an actual decent jacket on. That suit, I don't know how much more pleather you can get on an outfit. Oh, I'm actually going to retweet this out. Shout out to Alex, Queen of the Ring, for presenting it. And Nick Thoreau, fan of the channel, fan of his channel, actually posting it as well. So, a list of bazillion matches that you can watch. But I got one bone to pick about this match. I have one single bone. One bone, just one. Except for the fact that I absolutely love the graphics for this. If these two teams knew that all they had to do is like neither one of them lose, and they get to advance to the finals or advance to take on the Hurt Syndicate, why didn't they just both volunteer to do a double count out, double DQ? Just both get eliminated so they don't have to worry about it. I love the fact that Venn diagram has made it onto a wrestling show. Those words just, I didn't think would be included here. Where's MVP out of all this? No MVP? You would think with Stokely out there, you would have MVP out there, but a little weird for me that that actually is the case. So, just throwing a couple quick thoughts out there as we go along here. Once again, everybody, thank you for being here. We hit sort of the midway part of the night here, I think. So yeah, you do get the advantage of the draw part, but still, it's like now I would honestly think that Bandito and Brody would have went after Lashley. That would have been a little smarter. But yeah, where's MVP out of all this? Unless he doesn't travel internationally, which would make a little bit of sense. I love how the Hurt Syndicate's absolutely getting their asses handed to him here. And all of a sudden, all you hear is "we hurt people." And that's a crash. And now Bandito takes out Benjamin. And here comes Dax and Bandito. Sorry, I just find it still a little too bright there. I don't like to get it completely pasted out here as we go. So are they actually going to do tags in this match, or is it just... I guess they are. And then Lashley just allows himself in and is like, yeah, nope. All right, so we're actually going to get a real tag match here. I guess it's just gentlemen's rules about getting tagged or not getting tagged here. Just showing everybody what kind of strength he has. And Bandito's like, I do that move, I do that move, I do that move. And Lashley's like, shut up. No, we still got this match. We got the Swerve and Okada match. Athena, Tony Storm. We have, of course, MJF and Hangman. And then the 10-man, essentially War Game or War Dogs match. Because, yeah, if you aren't familiar and you haven't heard from earlier, the actual cage that they're going to be doing, and I'm going to be honest, I do think, and you guys will have to let me know when we see it, they're actually set up like it's a War Game size ring or a Blood and Guts sized cage for a single ring. That's why the outside is so, there's such a big gap around the outside here tonight. I'd almost be interested to see if they could do War Games with a single ring. Just to make it look different than anything else that, they're not copycatting anybody. That move is not allowed to finish anybody. It's a Federation finish. I love one of the smartest moves that the Hurt Syndicate does as a team. And I know Dax and Cash do it as well, but I don't see many other teams do it. When somebody gets thrown to the outside, Immediately tag your partner who's already out there. It just saves that few extra seconds, right? Oh my God. They got the F the revival chant going. That's pretty amazing right now. Oh, fuck the revival. On a positive note, the Being the Elite channel is back up on YouTube. The Bucks have produced a 3-minute video asking fans what they should call their finisher. Now that they can't call it no longer a they can no longer call it a BTE trigger or a EVP trigger. They could go back to calling it an EVP trigger or a BTE trigger, but oh, and Chris, if you're in here, if you want, I just saw that your new podcast just dropped. If you want to put a link to it, I'll make sure it's pinned up in the chat here. Danielson never faced Lashley. No, it was like when Danielson was actually wrestling. When Danielson actually got back, when he left the ring, Lashley wasn't there yet. And when Lashley showed up, Danielson was just on commentary. Oh, just the link tree? Okay, that's fine. Let me pin that there. There we go. It'll be up there for about 20 minutes. You want to check out Metroid Other M? Uh, special podcast about that. Feel free to check out the link there to the Retro Hangover. Just literally dropped 10 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago. Oh, what a kick by Bandito there. Bandito, like, you want to talk about Fletcher being the future of AEW? Bandito, like, he's the face of Ring of Honor right now. I think you could put him in a lot bigger spot in AEW in the future. Honestly, for all the people that are available on the AEW roster, if you're losing Swerve and Ospreay for an extended period of time, I think Brody King would be the guy to fit that spot. And yes, you could talk about the politics or whatever, but just as a performer, just as he's getting over with the crowd. Now Brody's getting the royal treatment from this crowd. Brody King. I'm glad you're enjoying the show, Nats. I'm hoping everybody's enjoying it so far. And I thank everybody for hanging out with us here. A little earlier than usual, but you know what? There's nothing. Oh my God. Here we go. Beat, 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 beat. This crowd's getting on their feet, getting ready for this. If you have talent, no one cares about your politics. Plenty of wrestlers have Cringe politics on the other side. Absolutely. Lashley's smart enough to change the tactics right away. Oh my goodness. I don't know if anybody's ever. Oh my goodness. Both these guys, seriously. I don't think Lashley's ever dealt with somebody with the actual testicular fortitude that Brody King has. Cash go for a ride. Bandito about to go for a ride. Oh, God. Turner just saw the white of his eyes there go light up. Uh-oh. What one man believes in politically shouldn't matter in terms of enjoying wrestling, yeah. I get it. Yeah, people forget Lashley's a big Vince guy. Absolutely. I'm not even talking about wrestling politics. I'm talking about politics in general. Shatter Machine with Brody King and Cash Wheeler? All right, well, we're going to have, everybody throwing out different finishers. The better question is, does Paul Turner know who's legal here? Lashley's technically the legal man. I think it's Lashley and Brody last time I checked. Cash is dead. Does the crowd know? Pooh. I don't think the crowd really cares. Only the referee's the one that cares. Oh, no. Oh, my God. I can see this coming already. Let me just get it ready. Jesus! Stokely's just crying on the side right now. Does this fall under the regular triple threat rules? I still don't get why they're tagging. Because what happens if you don't tag and you just go at it? Then you're not getting disqualified a triple threat match. That's why tagging in a triple threat match never made sense. Is it a gentleman's rule that they're going to have that? It's like Paul Turner's outside trying to tell him to get back in the ring, get back to your corner. Or what, you dumbass? Brody eating a spear. What the hell? Well, this is how you lose your title. There's no DQs, so look. Like, there's too much stuff going on right now. That looks like Bullet Club. Oh, no. Ricochet in the Gates of Agony. So why? Well, this is how you get the titles off the Hurt Syndicate. We knew it was coming. We all knew it was coming. I've called this for about 3 months now. Power and Glory. I want to see Brodito win it just to shut up the storyline. Now, technically, Lashley is the legal man, so therefore there cannot be a winner or a loser at this point. I love the fact that Brodito won just to shut me up. I hate that it ended like that. But Brody's got a title. Brody's got a title. It's not a trios title. It's Stokely's pissed. He slid off Dax, yeah. He slid off Dax, and Wheeler was supposed to come in for the save. Wheeler was trying to come in for the save at 2.5. He saw what happened. He actually caught himself on the bottom rope, sort of like Nick Jackson did yesterday. And then, yeah, just one more shot. So it looks like we got the Gates of Agony taking on the Hurt Syndicate. That's where we're going to go from there. But Brodito, who do they take on? Everything will get flushed out soon enough. It also makes me wonder. Hechicero is taking on Bandito in 5 days in Philadelphia at Death Before Dishonor. Which, by the way, the plan is to be here for that as well. So make sure you guys set up your plans to join us for a little Ring of Honor action on a Friday night. I love that this fight is like, I love how this fight just ultimately started up over literally, you screwed over my buddies. So is the plan to have Buddy and Brody as champ till Buddy's setback? Probably. I'm thinking that they were going to get a run because they were super over. Also, it's another one of those, oh, you don't think I could book you guys right? Well, here, I'm booking you guys right. To a certain person who left for WWE and is essentially having a maybe fight with Ron the Truth Killings. Because I honestly feel that Malachi is under the, or Alistair, whatever we want to call it. Mr. Black versus the Return of R-Truth, yeah. I honestly feel that what happened with Penta and Phoenix, which, don't get me started on Phoenix. I do feel that what happened with them is very similar to what happened with Black. The only difference is Black is professional and wasn't throwing anything out on social media about it. So things ended a little more amicably. Swerve Strickland, also known as Mr. Terrific. More so, Zelina wanted to travel. I don't care about your reasons. When you have a contract and you're actively working to, you're doing everything in your power to get out of your contract rather than actually trying to fulfill your contract and then leave. I'm sorry that there's a little bit, like, I'm not going to blame you for the reasons. I get it. And I respect your thought about, family's important, and absolutely it is. I just think there would have been a better way to do it. You sign your contract, you're on your contract. Unless somebody does something to wreck your contract. And let's face it, Tony Khan not booking you but still paying you is not exactly the worst thing in the world. Now, we need Okada to come out as Lex Luthor. Why is Callis wearing the international title? And by all respect, I hope that they show the spot where Callis has to actually leave. But Okada and Swerve is going to be a hell of a match. And Callis is going to have to get the hell out of there. See, if they were smart, they'd actually show Callis having to be removed from ringside. At this moment, he's a broadcast journalist. He's a broadcast piece of barbed wire. I thought he was going to do a smart little comeback here based on Tripp's comments about guys like us watching those shows and commenting about them and going to pressers that are people that are like us. Now, I'm going to, right now, in regards to that, I just want to get this off my chest too. Do yourself a favor. If you're watching any of these shows, put on a sidecast. There's going to be a sidecast on. Find some of your favorites. Turn it on. If it's me, great. If it's somebody else, I'm fine with that too. Just come out and support us because, we are doing our best to try and help promote not only the product, but the fans being a part of the product, which is something that we don't get to see enough these days. Like, whenever Raw is on, even if I'm not watching it, I'll have a reaction stream on just to see, honestly, if there is something worthwhile watching. Just because they'll tell me if there's something worth checking out. Then I can check it out later. Usually while I'm playing a game or something, so. I love the Fosbury flop as Callis is trying to get something out. Start to flinch his knee a little bit. Apparently, he is supposed to be going for meniscus surgery after this. This crowd is. I love this crowd. I love being out here. I love listening to these crowds here in Europe. I do think that the North American crowds do get a bit of a bad rap. Because I think you would get a little bit more of this kind of stuff if the product warranted it. Like when you go to an AEW pay-per-view, you get hot crowds. Do they get mic'd up properly so you get to hear it? Not necessarily. Respectfully disagree? Fair enough. I do think the European crowds are some of the best in the world, but I just think that, a lot of the fans, I find that North American fans just aren't fun enough. I think that's the best way to explain it. If you can get a bunch of fans that set up that just want to have fun, and I know I'm guilty of it too. I'm very analytical when it comes to my wrestling, and I like to see some good stuff, but if I could put that to the back, and McGee, I'm totally with you on that, and I can totally see what you're saying. And I can agree with you too. The fact that you do get spoiled with the fact that you get it so often, and we're seeing the diminishing returns. We see now that Double or Nothing is no longer in Las Vegas every year, because every year it's just been diminishing returns. Chicago, for many respects, has been diminishing returns. We're going to see how Philadelphia is going to be when we get to see 3 weeks in a row of AEW in Philadelphia. But I do feel that, when there's something worthwhile showing up, wrestling fans in North America will be there. It's just, once again, like sometimes the product just. The crowd will put over a mediocre card in Europe. And that totally is under your ballpark here about North American crowds versus European crowds and how spoiled the North American crowds are. But in many ways, the standards for a European crowd, you can supplicate those a little bit. Not saying we don't have we don't have good shows here. Absolutely, they're great shows, and the talent do their best to show up about. All right, well, a DDT on the stairs followed by kicking the cameraman in the head. It's always a great thing. He actually kicked the cameraman. He didn't kick the camera. That's hilarious. So we're officially at 2:15 for pay-per-view time. We got 3 matches left, so 2 official ones and 1 unofficial one. I absolutely, yeah. Okay, Mike, I stopped watching the replay of Mystery Wrestling's longest wrestling match to hang out, so You better be good. Hey, you know what? Shout out to Evil Uno for doing that. Well, you end up raising $17,000? And we've been having a hell of a show here today. We got new tag team champions in Brodito. 27, even better. That's right, because the goal was 25 and they made it. That's right. Okada loves that air raid crash on the knee. But yeah, no. Tonight's show's been absolutely excellent. If you haven't had a chance, do yourself a favor. Get the replay. Check it all out. Swerve and Okada right now, it's... I honestly wonder, do they do Hangman and MJF next? And then do Athena and Tony Storm as the quote-unquote main event of this PLE? See about the replay on Wednesday when I meet with the guys. Hey, if you want, do yourself a favor on YouTube. Go check out 0 Hour. There's about an hour and 10 minutes of just pure great wrestling action. 2 8-man tags and 2 trios tags. Crowd was hot. Crowd's still hot. Swerve's still getting some of the better hits in here, but... But yeah, no, Wednesday's going to be a lot of fun here, too, because we got Dynamite coming up. I'm trying to remember if it is actually the first night they are in Philly. I think it is. Because they're doing 3 straight weeks in Philadelphia at the ECW Arena. I know the ROH PLE is going to be on Friday. And yes, I did call it a PLE, and I actually got the term right because it is part of the ROH streaming channel. So, well, the thing is about Swerve, he's trying to be unpredictable right now, and having Danielson on commentary today has been a very smart decision. Swerve's having the same problem, so... But yeah, as we're going through this here, and we still got, Tony and Athena. Oh, here we go. Now, if this is under Continental rules, this should only be a 20-minute match. Could you have a draw? And the funny part about this whole feud here, fight to the finish, no draw. I think they do title matches being 60, but the Continental's supposed to be 20. The Continental and the TNT are supposed to be 20, period. I love the fact that, Okada does the 2 on, in Britain. That is a nice subtle touch. For those that aren't familiar, this in Britain is a complete swear. Gone for the drag clothesline. Now is he going to go for the actual Rainmaker? And a house call out of nowhere. Do we go to Okada versus Takeshita after this? I don't think you do much with Takeshita right now at all. You got to remember, Takeshita, not only does he have commitments at DDT, but he also has January 4th meetup with Zack Sabre Jr. It looks like it's lined up. So they got to be careful here how they do this. I'd like to see them go Okada to Takeshita eventually. If they end up going there, I'll be more than happy about it. I could almost see Okada not even making Toronto. And Okada just throws a drop kick out of nowhere. Missed the lariat. Another drop kick. Third time missed. How you hit that with a bad knee like that, I don't know. Takeshita wasn't... Oh, absolutely no. I do think it's going to happen. Do you really want to do a Meteor with a bad knee? Now, I wonder, does Callis get involved so he ends up getting fired? Probably suspended, fired, whatever we want to call it. This is where Swerve dies. Oh, right to the eyes. What does Okada got planned? Oh, no. Swerve got his knee out of there. Right on that knee. Yeah, he didn't like that at all. You could see that. Knee breaker on the top. That is inventive. This might be the excuse to give Swerve a break. Missed the house call. Try rolling elbow. Nope. Arm drag. Another drop kick. No way. Swerve gonna win this? Oh no, he saw it. And finally hits it. What a finish. What a flippin' match. Okada makes things feel special, and this felt like an absolute war between these two. I think it would have been a lot better. Oh, here we go. Now we're going to get rid of Swerve now for a few months. Yep, this is how you write him off for surgery. Yep, that's how you do it. A beautiful set of reversals there, Keaton. Nana coming out with a pipe right now. Swerve announced earlier this week that he's had a meniscus tear in his knee ever since 2019. He's wrestled his entire time in NXT and WWE with a meniscus tear, and it was under basically the case where it wasn't going to get any worse, no matter how much wrestling you do, but he was going to have to take care of it. And the doctors have pretty much said that, yeah, it's time that you dealt with this. This ended up being a few expert reversals. With like a couple house calls, a drop kick, everything. So now Okada just decided to wrap Strickland's knee around a post and hit it with a chair about 4 or 5 times. Oh my God! Look who's back! The American Gladiator is back. Wardlow just showed up on my screen. Let's go. They had to find a good story to get him back into this, right? And this is how I could get rid of Prince Nana. Mike Wardlow, yeah. He is big. Big star, yeah. Really? We got rent-a-cops in here? This is long-term storytelling, folks. Because Swerve's going to be out probably for the rest of the year. And Wardlow's here beating up Prince Nana, so he's not around? And nobody does it better than Wardlow. So is Wardlow in the family? No. I don't think he's in the family. He's on his own. He just wanted to get at Swerve. He wanted to make a statement. He made a statement. I love how Callis had to look back at the camera to make sure that, he's not, that isn't somebody else's music. Don't tell me he's going to shake hands. All right, well, I'll shut up now. Well, I guess Brian Cage's services are no longer required. Wardlow having a mouthpiece like Don Callis might not be the worst thing in the world, though, to be honest. Yep. No, here we go. Brian Cage is still out. Yeah, he's probably going to be out for the rest of the year. Yeah, Cage is pretty quiet about he's been talking to I think we found a replacement. Um they're gonna hug it out. Nope. Just a face-off. And Swerve's got to sit there and watch this and be disgusted. Yeah, we're gonna do MJF and Hangman Pages and the pseudo main. It is quite a faction. Don't get me wrong. Like Callis has got like, if you guys remember the Heenan family back in the 80s, the only difference is right now there's no Hogan to block them from getting every title they want. If they really want, if Callis really wanted to go to that point. Callis has the New World Order? No, I think it's more a Heenan family. Because the New World Order wanted to go against everything that WCW stood for. Callis just wants to run everything. He wants to run AEW. He wants to be the most dominant faction in AEW. So I think a better example of it is the Heenan family. Yes, I'm aging myself by mentioning that. But you had so many different people in that faction. Like what? At one time you had Tully Blanchard and Arn Anderson in the as your tag team. You had Mr. Perfect in there as part-time. You had Paul Orndorff in there. You had your heavyweights and King Kong Bundy. I always appreciate that Heenan had a family and Callis is treating it a little bit like that. Granted, it almost seems like he wants a little bit of an incest angle with Kyle Fletcher, but I'll just put that with, I'll use that sound effect for that. Athena Elite Wrestling with her feathers. Well, hell, every match has potential for match of the night. It's 2025, well, no, it's just, I'm not judging in terms of relationship. I'm judging more in the case of, Kyle Fletcher is not meant to be in that position. Like, he earned that spot. He didn't need you, Don, to do it. And it almost feels like that's the return that Callis is getting. No, this is going to be a lot of fun, this match. But I got a feel we're going to be going 1 more hour here, folks, in total. We got 3 matches left. Tony literally coming out in all, is it all white or? Marie Antoinette. So we had Hayter and Wardlow come back. Do we get another? Unless it's an injury. Well, both of these were injury comebacks, right? Is there anybody else on the shelf? That's the only one I can think of, Big G. And Eddie Kingston did put a picture up of him with the 2022 Forbidden Door poster. God, my voice works well today. Could you see that? Then possibly. I do want Kingston back too. And here's the thing. And this is why I really would appreciate him coming back. Oh, she's all pink tonight. She's a pink mime. Kingston makes it real, yeah. Like, now, honestly, why did they make her sign the contract here? Let her sign it or before. Because what? She doesn't sign it now? We don't have a semi-main event? Now, yeah, only available in the U.S. Thanks, jackasses. Went to go look on the Amazon app for some AEW stuff and nothing there. Storm Zero on Billy right off the bat. Let's go. Heads up to the production department to turn that black real quick. Straight up barricade now, and the one time the production department gets like right. No, with the fact that we're probably losing Swerve and we're also losing Will Ospreay after tonight, presumably for numerous months, if not a year. The return of Eddie Kingston would be a real big boost. And the fact that you're giving Brody King a title right now, and I'm thinking they might get more. I think this might very well be an idea of new blood in for AEW champions, right? And a night like tonight, with the fact that the Hurt Syndicate lost the tag titles, if MJF does win the title, whether it be through the initial match or through the guaranteed contract that he has that he can sign right after the match, having Lashley and MJF going at it as the first feud might not be the worst thing in the world. AEW is usually pretty good at subbing people in and out. Yeah, like the problem is they've never had to get in a position where, yes, Adam Cole was sort of positioned at the top, but not really yet. Like they didn't get to that peak of where he was at that top level. When Omega went out, well, he wasn't in. The only position he was really gunning for was the trios titles, right? He was working with the Elite at the time, and I don't think they've ever run into a point where honestly, this would be the point where, like, if I had to do a WWE equivalent, you lose Cody Rhodes, Roman Reigns, and Rhea Ripley all at once for a prolonged period of time. Yes, you could do it. And a smart booker will be able to adjust, but you got to realize that is a lot of power that you're that's a lot of firepower you're losing out of your roster. Well, I'm talking about now for AEW, and I'm talking about in their peak with WWE, right? Like, let's say during the pandemic, you lost, like, they did lose Cody Rhodes. Actually, now I think about it, they did lose all three. The storylines were a little bit off. Like, Liv's storyline with once Rhea was gone was a little off up until the fact he came back. Yeah, basically Seth and Drew. Seth, Drew, Io, and Rhea. Let's go with those four right now. Like, you can have some good matches, but that is a lot of pressure on your roster. to deliver to the level that you need to deliver at. Also, there is a bit of a difference, yes, I understand, between both, where you do have. Gotta love the off with your head thing with Tony dressing up as Marie Antoinette for this match. But you also got to remember that when it comes to WWE versus AEW, you also have to have that ring level. And there is a different type of. Let's face it, there's a different type of wrestling that happens in AEW versus WWE. And I think the best example you give about that. Thing about AEW right now is they don't really have a linchpin, maybe by design. And honestly, no promotion. And this is another WWE-ism that I talk about those quite a bit, like losing in your hometown and the standard interference spots that have to happen every time. Like we were talking, it was guaranteed that Garcia was going to turn on McGuinness tonight. That's a WWE-ism. That you just beat your opponent, so if you're going to ask your opponent for help, they're going to turn on you. And the ism for the I guess you can call it an ism in many ways, is the fact that your promotion has to have a linchpin. And we can tell, like, I watched the comments about different shows, and for example, like, not this week, but the week before, everybody talked about SmackDown sucking because there was no Cena, no Rhodes. And that's sucking more than usual, which we could go into hours about booking about SmackDown. But when it comes to AEW, you don't necessarily have to worry about having X or Y wrestler on the card necessarily. You do get an extra boost when you hear Ospreay's going to be on, when you hear Moxley's going to be on, when you hear Swerve's going to be on. But more often than not, when you find out AEW Dynamite's going to be on, you're just tuning in for a good show because you know you're going to get it. Like, once again, this is another pay-per-view that's delivered. Like, Tiger Driver out of nowhere. Like, I can honestly say right now, like, if this was the main event, we didn't have the MJF match, MJF Adam Page match, we didn't have the lights out steel cage, I would say you'd still consider this a $50 buy. In my opinion, it's been worth the price of admission. The fact that we're getting 2 more matches of this caliber is going to maintain that, I feel, completely. And maybe even succeed that a little bit. One with the pain. Be one with the pain. Here comes the pain. Isn't that, should mention that a few times. The fact that Tony Storm's going to the Mongolian chop instead of the regular chop. I like the fact it's like, oh my God. Athena knows how to throw a right. Athena knows how to throw a right and make it look like it counts. Billy back up and somewhat alive here. It almost makes you think that Billy's going to be a main result in this matchup after what Tony did right off the bat. So many people are going absolutely insane. Billy with a nice little distraction spot. You knew Billy was going to get involved a little bit again, but they took care of that spot early on in the match. Wow. Right into the Koji clutch right there. Shout out to Samoa Joe right there with the Koji clutch. Danielson putting things over like crazy here right now. I love it. Athena tried to tighten up the hold a little bit more, and all of a sudden she gets caught in a pin because of it. It's just great to. Oh, here we go. Trying to go for the chicken wing, and Athena just. Nope. Here's where the mistake comes. Yeah, that. I thought she was going to miss the tope suicida on top of it. We already had this move. Don't make it a Damadilo moment, please. Biting her knee. And you can tell because the makeup's all over her knee right there. Shout out to the production department. That is hilarious. Athena gets thrown in there. Oh, it's back on now. Storm Zero out of nowhere. No, it's going to take like 4 Storm Zeros at this point. No, you got to go for the most devastating move in professional wrestling, the small package. The quick roll-up. Shout out to Simon Miller once again. I was dying to see Simon Miller on my TV for... Oh, here we go. Windsor's coming out. Windsor's got to come out. Or Mina. Old face on the outside. Turn the camera. So just a reminder, Mina Shirakawa is taking on Athena this Friday on Death Before Dishonor for Ring of Honor for the ROH Women's title. We will be here for a sidecast for that, so don't you dare miss it. Friday night, We'll probably be here closer to 7:30. Oh my God. Oh my God. I thought we were going to get the most devastating move of professional wrestling to finish it there. Uh-oh. Block the old face. Into the chicken wing. No Tony to help. And there's the tap. Hell of a match. Honestly, an amazing match on so many levels. What did you guys think? I want your thoughts before I throw mine into here. I think it was an absolutely great match here tonight. Do I think it's going to be in the all-timers for the women's title? No. But I think it was still pretty damn close. So far behind? Tony's walking out to the back right now. They're literally starting the splash for the MJF Adam Page match. Tony always delivered. Yeah, like, it's a great match. You are. It's like 2.5 minutes behind, I think. Like a minute behind at least. I don't know how that happened. But yeah, I feel that this match here is probably going to end up being 2 matches. MGF might even lose by DQ. But yeah, I think my prediction, Hangman wins, Lashley shenanigans. I wouldn't mind that. I just think Hangman's in a better position when he's chasing rather than when he's having. But either way, you know what? We're going to get an entertaining match out of this. I love that. By the way, Ricochet was chatting with me on X. When was it? Thursday, after they showed that little pose of his there. They were talking about. He was talking about how the DC, the Snyder first movies were not as bad as you expect, and I agree. I would have loved to see the DC Snyderverse actually, where it was headed, rather than just lose it after the first one. Crowd is louder than the music. Hey, that's what it should be. He's still spitting on them, yet they're singing his song. Ugh. Yeah, they're not even giving MJF enough time to get his full entrance in. MJF's the only guy that could spit on the crowd and get away with it. They probably enjoy it more than anything else. We are the sickos. This really does look like it's going to be a lot of fun. They've been trying to like shoehorn this feud in together. Like the way they've been building it up is, I'd say okay. It's not the worst, not the best. They've had to push through that last little stipulation change. I would have loved to have another week to like have all that happen with Briscoe the week before, so Paige can react to it a little bit more. Like have a final face to face this Wednesday instead. AKA the Christian rules. Light heavyweight title champion. Ooh, Hangman's got that right hand taped. There's just a great feeling of having Hangman Page here. Just the fact that he feels like he is the AEW champion. He's not the guy that holds the title, but he feels like he's somewhat of the heart of AEW. Swerve feels sort of like the conscience of AEW. And MJF is the ass of AEW. And hopefully Hangman gets to do some colorectal surgery here today. See, personally, I would have shoved Renberg out of the way and smacked him in the head, but then you're risking disqualification. See, I wonder if it's a double DQ, would that be, or a double count out? Be nice to Bryce?
Never! Never! Never!
He doesn't like it. He can go back and deal with Invisible Stan and the Invisible Man.
Never!
See, if I'm Hangman, I'm sitting back and I'm like, you know what? We got 60 minutes. You want to piss around for 58 of it? I'm fine with that. It's AEW. Do you honestly feel they're going to DQ anybody? They never DQ anyone. But yeah, like seeing Bryce working out here, it's nice that they actually rotate the other ones around, right? Okay, so yeah, I'll give you that. Dude was legit the nicest, most accommodating guy to work with in Chikara when I set up my buddy's bachelor celebration there. Hey, you know what? Outside the ring, and this is one thing we were talking about earlier during the stream here. The AEW locker room is probably at its best that it's been in a very long time. Once again, no one gets a peanut butter parfait. Yes, no DQ here. Oh, Nats fan, you missed the episode of Dynamite right before, and this is what I was talking about. What happened on Wednesday? Let me back it up here for you, Nats. Wednesday, the Gates of Agony and Ricochet kidnapped Mark Briscoe on behalf of MJF, and MJF had Hangman in the ring. MJF had Briscoe on the outside, poured a bunch of gasoline on him, and stated that there are 3 stipulations to him not burning Briscoe alive. 1, the no DQ rule gets waived. 2, the no countout rule gets waived. And 3, I don't have to execute my contract to get the title match. So that's why this match is actually a match. It's not an emergency contract signee. So technically, MJF could lose it right away. And MJF could sign the contract right after this match, create another match, and win that match. And that's what we were talking about earlier, so. Hey, no problem. That's what I do here. And this is why I try to tell people, like, there's no stupid questions. If you want to know something about what's going on and what the storyline is, I have no problem explaining it to everyone. At least from what I see. Didn't have power on Wednesday. That's fair, Matt. But yeah, that's what happened on Wednesday. So, and that's why I'm a little upset that they didn't do that the week before. So it didn't have a week to digest on how that worked. And then you could do an eventual face-to-face this past Wednesday in Scotland. That crowd was red hot. And they could have literally ended the show on that instead of having the Bucks, Okada, and Swerve out there to finish that. Because I'm a little old school in this belief. I always do believe that the last thing you should have on your go-home show to your big show is your main event. And since technically the Lights Out match is not AEW sanctioned, the de facto main event for this show is this match right here between Hangman and MJF. Everybody hates talking about that. Will they run credits after this match? No. What happens? They'll lower the cage, and then they're going to turn the lights off and turn the lights on and explain that the show is officially over. However, anything that happens in the following segment is not under the duration or responsibility of All Elite Wrestling, its sponsors, or management. Then they're going to play the itchy and scratchy music for Ren and Stimpy to come out. I do love how MJF still can use the old Southern wrestling style and still provide a good quality match in 2025. And I love Danielson will have a job on commentary if he ever wants it. Like if he wants to be a future full-time commentator, he's covering for Taz, who unfortunately had some complications with his recent surgeries, so he's back in the States getting treatment. Him, Adam Cole, I do feel will be absolutely great in the role as well. I think these guys that absolutely love wrestling, like the way that they do in AEW, I think there'll always be a role there. Oh, he had surgery a while ago. Like that would remember Taz was off for a few weeks there. I think he had his hip replaced or his knees or something. It's complications from the surgery. Just things aren't turning out exactly the way they were supposed to. So he's just getting it looked at right now, and Danielson's just filling in for a Taz spot here. So, and this is sort of the Danielson's doing the sort of commentary that we would like to see out of Taz. Well, the thing is, Christian ended up being a face for a while, though. Wow, really? There's your receipt. That was amazing right there. You want to see pics of the lighthouse? Sure, you can set him. I'll take a look at him after stream here, Nats. Oh, here we go. Fallaway slam. I almost wonder, do they keep that contract on Max for a while instead? This isn't the wisest move in the world. I saw it just pop up here. Like I said, I'll take a look at it right after stream here. Now I wonder, could he actually work it out in the contract that if it's a double count out, the title changes hands? See, if I was smart and I do a contract up, that's what I would do. If we end up in a double count out or a double DQ, I would get the contract changed. My God, Max. As he's going up for that power bomb, he's like, what the fuck? What if Max Caster somehow ended up with MJF's contract accidentally thinking it was his plaque? That would be hilarious. Amazing. And let Caster cash in immediately. Have MJF have their Hurt and the Hurt Syndicate have their program first. Then give MJF the title. Now, here's a question for you. We had somebody who was a former associate of MJF as the come out as a heel tonight. Do they team up again? Buckshot into Sully. I like that. Max Caster turning into Ron Kelly. Absolutely, he is. And he is totally taking over, He is one of the most popular spots on the night. Like when we found out he wasn't doing his spot on Wednesday, it ended up being on Saturday. I know we were all disappointed on Dynamite on Wednesday when we were here. Counter, 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 counter wrestling. Oh, that's got to suck. Here comes Heat Seeker, miss number 2. Out of nowhere. Woo-hoo-hoo. Max says forward should don't get MJF involved with the Callis fan. That's fair enough. Hey, I'm glad that he's enjoying. I'm glad everybody's enjoying it. And once again, everybody, I'm glad you're enjoying it here with me here today. Slingshot RKO into a package DDT. I love it. No, thanks everybody for sticking around here today. It's been a fun time. I enjoy hanging out with all of you. And for those that are new here, we do a watch along for every Dynamite and Collision. No, I appreciate hanging out with all of you guys. And for those that are new here, we do this every Wednesday and Saturday for AEW Collision, AEW Dynamite, along with other streams. But the thing is, if he gets DQ'd, you don't care. MJF's eating this table, isn't he? Okay, I see this. Nope, he's going to get dropped down. Oh. Nice! That was a nice catch right there. I didn't think they'd pull it off. Like hell, that reminds me of Bazilla earlier tonight. Yeah, if you want to see some stars being made, Mass Keaton, go take a look at that TBS title match. I know Mercedes won again, which Mercedes wins, lol. But honestly, she deserved it. And everybody else in that match got made. Windsor had a shot of winning. I like Danielson here. He's like, no, don't do this, you idiot. Oh no, the match is still on, and we just had a dead eye through a table. And since MJF brought the table in, he gets to eat it. Not just because, yeah, holy poop. Yeah, sorry about the Twitch breaks. Twitch mandates him, so just throwing it out there. Subs, your 5 or more are 35% off. And just a heads up for everybody. In September, they are having a September special. I think it actually starts on Friday, where individual subs are going to be 25 to 30% off. 25 to 35% off. So I'll be honest, I usually pick up a lot of my 6-month subs next month so that, save myself basically half the cost of them. Story of the match. Hangman trying to get that buckshot every single time. This crowd's just waiting for the pop-off point here. MJF with a drop toe hold into the chair for Hangman here. So Hangman's in rough shape. But now I can go for a count out. Remsburg isn't supposed to grab the wrestler on his way back into the ring. It was an accident. Uh-oh, Hangman's busted open now. MJF's all about the insurance plans, right? Wow. Oh, good old MJF. You know, gotta get in those curse words. Is that Danielson return match? I think you might see. I think you might see him during the main event. That's the thing. No. Pile driver on half a table that's already broken. You can see the blood mark. MJF has just got to get back in the ring and go for the count out right now. Not now, but right now. You know, and this is one of those AEW tropes that I love. You end up doing like a count of 8 or 9. So once he gets in on 9, you go straight for the heat seeker. But MJF's too flustered right now. See, and a younger MJF who's got a little bit more of a sense to him, he would immediately go for the salt of the earth right now. And that's what I would do. Yeah, that was too close. If he would have slipped. This is Southern wrestling to its finest here. Now Rendsburg can't disqualify him because MJF did it himself. I'm seeing online that the comments are very similar to yours in regards to that count out there. Sorry, got some issues here. Got to clean up. There you go. And of course, MJF taking a page out of Ric Flair here, where he is bleeding. He's bleeding like he just got cut open, like Walker was doing with his chickens earlier. He was on the family farm gutting some chickens today, so he's literally running around with a bunch of things that were like a chicken with his head cut off. Uh-oh, here comes the hockey fight. Both guys just unloading bombs right now. Yeah, that's the other thing that came up earlier tonight. They did announce that at the AEW set a record for attendance at the O2 for professional wrestling here. Just over 18,000. So that's why you notice that the set is a lot smaller than a lot of the other places. And I appreciate this. This is something that both AEW and WWE know how to do. They'll shrink down the entrance if they can sell the tickets behind it. Yeah, Danielson's right. Like, you want to talk about who's got more guts, who's... This is that part of the match where you need to have the fans stay into this and keep these guys going. A smidge of respect. Oh my goodness, who's going to win this fight? He's like, no, we're going to do this right. Oh. Remsburg's arm's going to be beat red by the end of this. Wow! Did I? What a sequence here, folks. My God, that was a moment. I think we just had, what, 30 counts in the last minute? And then it ends up turning into a deadeye, which gets a 2.5. And that's what, 20 minutes into this match already? And this crowd is on its feet and going bananas. Or hot dogs, as that guy's shirt indicates. Every time I hear this Fight Forever chant, I just get a little bit more bitter. By the way, I am... plans are, as long as everything goes well tomorrow, my doctor's appointment. Plan is tomorrow night I'm going to be recording one of my first videos. My list videos. At least Remsburg is the guy that's smart enough to say no. There it is. Uh-oh, Remsburg's too close. Remsburg's too close, and you know what's happening now. Oh, there we go. Ref is hit. Dick kick. Heat sick, huh? He's going to get a foot on the rope, and Remsburg's not going to see it. Good guy outside the ring or not, Remsburg should know better by now. Oh no, Briscoe's going to cost him the title. security's coming out to block it. Now, do we get the ringing of the bell yet? You can't ring the bell because the table was taken away. Remsburg playing dead until he sees that. All right, this is the cash in toy too. Remsburg gets nailed. Another low blow. That went on a little bit too long for me, but you know what? I get the feeling they could bring the emotion back up. Danielson's trying to help the crowd on the interwebs get back into this. And Remsburg is not calling for a DQ right now. Oh my God, we're getting every trope in the world on this. Hits him with a briefcase. Hits him with a case. Briscoe can't come out and help him. And Cowboy shit is all over the place here right now. So what's he going to do now? He got the ring back. Gets caught again. Remsburg, why didn't she just let him hit him? Just let him hit him. All right, Hangman wins. And it makes you wonder, is Max out? Is he not going to be able to cash in right now? And he's just looking at Max. He's like, you dumb fudge. But the thing is, now MJF can turn around and say, you had to cheat to beat me. See, if MJF knocks out, if he ends up knocking out Adam Page right here, if I was him, I'd get the hell out of here in a hurry. So are they going to get him a new clipboard, or is he going to come out on Wednesday with the same clipboard? I'd love to see. I'd love to see him lost the first page, and then that's where Max Caster ends up getting that one page out of it. So he needs to beat Max Caster to get the shot back, and Caster beats him and just lets him go completely unglued. See, they're treating this like the end of the show, right? Man, Adam Page does such a great job here. And just the only thing I didn't like is the fact that that little interfered spot with Briscoe and, you know, just that whole settling a point. It just took way too long to settle. I remember having to do up one of those contracts for setting up for a local promotion here. You got to make them pretty wordy, because wrestlers will actually somewhat try to think that let everybody see that it's real. Okay, they're going back. Welcome to Christmas. The last trip before Christmas. Coming back to England. So, I like that right around Christmas. Brian getting himself out of this matchup. Well, by the way, everybody, normally I do a little bit of a rundown about what's going on here in the next week. I'll make it simple. I'll be back tomorrow morning. We'll be doing a little Horizon Forbidden West tomorrow morning. TBA time. Tomorrow night, I plan on doing some. I'm planning on recording a new video for you guys to let you guys see what's going. I'm trying to get some other content up here. Just having to try to get the time and the incentive to do so. As long as I got a doctor's appointment tomorrow afternoon, so if that goes well and it doesn't waste the whole night, I'm probably going to record tomorrow night. And then next time we're going to be on stream. Odds might have a shot at Tuesday, but more likely Wednesday. We'll be here for sure on Wednesday with AEW Dynamite, as well as the online My GM for 2K25. We're just getting into to Money in the Bank. We're going to start off with that. Then we got the trade window. We're probably going to run another 4 weeks from there. Changing the format around actually is helping us a little bit. We're going to make the big week WrestleMania week, so the one coming up by WrestleMania we'll do for a 6-week run, but the rest I think we're going to settle for this 5-week rotation. That way, you know, you're not trying to do trades off the top of your head what you're doing, so. But as always, folks, whether you're watching on YouTube, whether you're watching on Twitch, make sure you hit the follows, make sure you hit the subscribes. For the remainder of this stream over on Twitch, we are going to be having 35% off 5 or more subs. And, yeah, I hope to do that same thing when we do All Out here coming up on the 20th of September. So, right around my birthday. But no matter what, everybody, I talk about a lot of stuff here and talk about self-promotion and whatever. And no matter what, even if you're here to lurk, whether you're just here to watch, talk, even swear at me a few times, thank you for being here. I truly do appreciate it. I love how they do the legitimacy of this. And you notice they took off the banners for AEW on there everywhere? Question for you, chat, and I do have to ask this real quick. Now that we actually get to see what it looks like here, would you prefer, and this is referring to the Blood and Guts match, removing the banners is a nice touch? Yeah, absolutely. We're doing Blood and Guts coming up here, hopefully soon. Would you prefer a single ring with an expanded ringside available with a roof on top? Or would you still prefer the traditional 2 rings, no outside room? And we'll talk about it after the break as well. Sorry, I should have threw the ad break in there during the promo segment. So, prefer 2 rings with a lid traditional way? That's fair. So we sub out Danielson and bring in sub out Danielson, bring in JR. I don't know. So I also think that if you having Danielson step out of this match actually makes more sense on. Don't you dare screw this out on me. The feed started going green there for a few seconds, folks. I'm a little upset. Tanahashi wanted his last match to be here at Forbidden Door for his last match in England. Putting him in a match like this where it's 10 people, it's anything goes. The one thing you got to remember as the screen goes green again, fix the damn feed. Frick. Oh, I'm getting a little pissed about that, but that's okay. A match like this, bumps are limited. You are going to have some bumps during the match. Tony, fix your fucking production truck, please. My screen has gone completely green right now, so I don't know what to say. All right, Ibushi, we're getting the Ibushi entrance. We're back. Sorry, I was just looking online to see if anybody else is having this problem. Yeah, I love the fact that Simon Miller put out a great post. I'm going to repost it right now. Tony Khan announcing the attendance record live on TV is not going to cause any issues, is it? And that's the thing about AEW pay-per-views. Like, Now, do we get the Sephiroth entrance or do we get the regular entrance? Regular, and I love it. Little V Mills. This guy, Little V, with this song, it just hits the right way. And this crowd is all over it, and I love every second of it here. Mega! And I love the fact that, both ring announcers just losing their marbles over this. There we go. We'll just do that. I just got to support some friends who are posting about the screwed thing there. AEW match is sanctioned. Also AEW, we're announcing the... Hey, you know what? Here's the thing with unsanctioned. Technically, how this works, everybody in the arena that is working right now, the referee, Hey, by the way, shout out to Rick Knox actually not wearing a AEW badge on his jersey for this. Everybody that's working in here, from Rick Knox to Justin Roberts to everybody in the production and what that is supposed to be paid by the combatants themselves rather than actually by the company. So if they're going to have all these entrances, technically they're being paid for by the wrestlers themselves. If this is going to be the final match for Will Ospreay for a long time, I can't wait. The fact he gets to wrestle at home. Yeah, AEW is great with the details part of it. And now the booking just seems to be a lot smarter. Like, we're going to have to see on Wednesday what the actual fallout to a lot of this is. I don't know if this is his mom or if this is actually Alex Windsor talking. It's Alex. This is giving me goosebumps. Like, I don't want to be that guy, but seriously. You just feel it for some people, and Will Ospreay just seems to be like that ultimate great guy. And let me be perfectly honest. What I'd like to see, if Ospreay could take part in the Assassin's Creed TV show while he's off. Like, he can't wrestle, but, being a part of that show, do you know how much of a pop that would get for both him and for Ubisoft needs some positive press. And to get Ospreay as part of that might actually be a, little bit of a positive thing. Oh, look at Osprey. Look at him crying right now. Like fuck. Yeah, I know. I'm starting to cry right now because he knows. He knows there is a possibility that this could be it. Like, let's face it, he's going for neck work. Like, it is the scariest thing in the world that the thing that you enjoy doing the most, you might not be allowed to do it anymore. Well, of course, Osprey's going to climb the cage. I don't think that's going to be the first time he's going to do it either. Now, watch Moxley climb up there, and that's where they start the fight there. Osprey just soaking up the moment right now. Think Forbidden Door will go to the Tokyo Dome? So no, I don't think it needs to. You got Wrestle Dynasty there. I'm sorry, but you never see this. And I don't think, like, I'll be honest, like, there's some people you'll get an emotional connection to. You will not get the feeling of an emotional connection to these wrestlers the way that you will in AEW. They have such an important. Sorry, one sec. These wrestlers are so in tune with their characters. They are so responsible for their characters, their personalities. Tony Khan giving them a stage the way they are. You feel that. You bring that in. And a guy like Osprey just invites you into his life and makes it feel special. And right now, we're seeing what very well could be the final hurrah for they played your entrance music, so shut up, Bucks. Slick Nick and instant replay. Oh, that production guy is going to get his ass kicked. They're playing Bop for the Bucks. And the whole crowd's eating it up right now. I love it. What's the Bucks Tutton Slick Nick needs to replay and Bop? Well, Slick Nick and Minster Instant Replay, those are their original names on the indies, like when they were doing the backyard wrestling. And that was their entrance music back when they started in the backyard. And they're promoting they're promoting it. They're promoting the Being the Elite YouTube channel. It is back, folks. Yeah, but TK's paying for this pop right now. So is Gabe Kidd just going to come out with the Death Riders music? I would think you'd try to give Kidd a separate pop here altogether. Or does Kid get a separate pop at the end? I could see that. I love that he's randomly picking up guys as he's coming out to the ring. So yeah, and Mass Keaton going back into Arn's farewell speech. I remember that. You just have to remember that nothing's guaranteed in life. So take advantage of what you can when you can. And I think that's one of the most important things that people need to remember as they get into life. Hell, I'm running into a, like, I'm not getting too personal on it, but tomorrow I get results of what happened with a lot of tests that I had this week. So just remind you that this life is finite. It's not infinite. And I hate to get so over analytical on this, but take advantage of every opportunity you can, because life will pass you by very quickly. And Ospreay's feeling that today. Like, he's not necessarily feeling it right now. He'll feel it after this match. And the problem is, you just don't know what's going to happen. If this ends Ospreay's career, well, he's hoping he goes out on a banger. So Gabe Kidd's got, shifting gears here. Sorry, I want to get off the serious path back to a little bit of wrestling here. Gabe Kidd's got some experience in a match like this, because in New Japan, they actually had one of these, it was like the finale of the War Dogs, like the Bullet Club War Dogs faction was ripped apart. They had one final match inside a cage like that. And everybody's bleeding tonight, probably. Darby starting with Moxley. And it's amazing that, you know, the president of NJPW in a match like this right now, we can basically do anything, anytime. Oh, Gabe Kidd's in there. He just wants to destroy him. Wonder if Peggy got the same one. Sorry, I had to throw it in there. Sorry, I feel your pain over on the Hive YouTube channels. They're friends of the channel, friend of the channel. She was having the same problem, and she was trying to contact Amazon. I contacted Amazon Canada, and they got me a response. So I just wanted to make sure she went to the right link instead. So So the Bucks versus the Golden Lovers right now. I'm going to put this away just... Nice, Wuhan Kanana. No, it's been a while since we've seen the Golden Lovers work together, and it just, you know... Let's take out the Bucks. Well, Darby and Mox are going to be together for a while. It's like, what are you going to do? Oh my God, that is awesome right there. I broke the cuffs. Maybe broke Moxley's wrist there, but that sucked. What do you guys think about Omega's tights tonight? Using the airbrush, taking a page out of Rob Van Dam. And Ibushi's like, here, have a trash can. And you're going to eat a trash can. And once again, face first. Assisted sliced bread. Really great job here overall. Yeah, they've been at their best ever since they screwed up and ended up having to give up their EVP title. See, now I see where they're having a major... Oh, here we go. This calls back to the beginning of the show. They told the backstage guy to fill a bag with the most dangerous things they can find in the ring. The most dangerous things they find in London. Gummy bears! Gummy bears! Let's go! Gummy bears for the win! That's amazing! Production screwing over the Bucks again. I can't wait to see what happens on Wednesday. Gummy bear! Gummy... Oh, no, 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 oh, no, no. Bulldog into the Gummy Bears! Gummy Bears almost as bruised when Shikara you would use sprinkles in Los Angeles ice cream matches? Yeah. Oh my God! Oh my God! Matt's getting inhaled with Gummy Bears! And there's... Oh. Claudio just uses a headbutt to fix that in a hurry. No, and it's funny because the crowd's going to take you on a ride for that one. It's something William Regal I always remember him talking about spots with tax. And while the tax spot is overused personally, just because you could use something like Logan. Oh, Ospreay almost getting nailed there. Ladder into the cage. Ospreay into the cage, sorry. Oh my God, Ibushi ate that ladder. But no, Regal always said, Lego would be more devastating than tax for a crowd, because a crowd is familiar with stepping on a Lego. And Darby's back is just saying, yeah, nope, we're not good here. And here comes the Buck. Oh, God, said Todd. Like, Darby was going to get beaten up all to hell. And the Bucks are trying to get rid of the gummy bears. Get rid of the weapons. How do you respond to gummy bears? Oh, Osprey's got color already. Anybody had Osprey as the first one to get color on their Sports Select ticket? Please cash in now. I think it's a little much to have that be the first spot for that, but Matt's got blood all over his chest. Oh, look at that. All right, well, that'll take out of your shins, but... Osprey just... I'm just going to eat a gummy. What the hell? I need a little extra sugar right now. I would laugh so hard. I would laugh so hard if Moxley was the only guy not to bleed in this match. Oh, Osprey's dead. Osprey's dead. Look at the pool of blood on him already. Jesus. Listening to Mike and all of a sudden, Danny DeVito, hey. They're personalized to you, so that's on you that it ends up being Danny DeVito there. Oh, no, I get it. And Omega into that power bomb. Oh, here we go. Oh no, it's fine. Don't worry about it, Keaton. I was just making fun of you that it's personalized content, so whatever ads you're getting, that's your fault, not mine. And honestly, I will highly recommend it to anybody that, and it's something I have. Twitch Turbo, twitch.tv/turbo. Basically, it's the equivalent to 2 subs a month, and you get every channel without commercials, and the money that they would have made off ads goes towards the streamer itself. I cursed myself with Danny DeVito. What a world. I don't know what you're watching. All that midget stuff you got in your browser history, that's not on me. That's on you. So I can't get into that. Just saying. Better yet. Well, Ibushi's dead. Just like Microman versus Alma. That's fair. I don't know if... Hey, dog. How you doing today? I'm doing good. We're 5 hours into an AEW pay-per-view. We were here an hour early for the pre-show, so it is we're about 4 hours and 5 minutes in. AEW Forbidden Door always delivering. Now we got a complete cluster F of a main event. And Claudio just yeeted Darby all the way across the stage. Relax with curly fries? I consider that a huge win. Yeah, I'm starting to think about supper too here because we started today, local time, 10 o'clock. And yeah, we're on the final match right now. Well, I'm always here for questions, sir, so. Ooh, what a shot. Tanahashi with a snap neck breaker. Hey. Oh, yeah, we talked about it earlier. Yeah, Rampage's son. Rampage said his son got concussed in a fight earlier and should have been nowhere near it. No excuse for it, though. The wrestler involved is in stable condition. But he got involved in a position where literally... Oh, a lot of us think he should. I personally think somebody's going to pay somebody to shut up. That's basically what's probably going to end up happening. Like, Rampage is probably going to fork out a bunch of dollars just to make this go away. Oh, no, from a rest view, like, honestly, he should be charged. Oh, God, Moxley's got a fork. Moxley's got a fork. I want dinner, and this is going to... Thank you for not allowing us to worry about dinner for a while, Moxley. I appreciate you. No, I don't want no close-up on it. Now they're closing up on it. Damn it. Oh, my. I'm not watching that. He's going to slam him in the chair. Well, there go your knees, if not your back. So how are you going to get the chairs in there? No way. Folks, they're setting up tables outside. They're setting up a ladder next to those tables on the inside. Yeah, I'm going with Shivani here. Jesus H. Christ. Oh, now let's just pull out some barbed wire plywood underneath the table. Jesus. This got don't show Darby's ear again. Yeah. Now they got the close-up on the barbed wire. Oh my God, are they doing 3 tall? GCW chat. Hey. I'm going to have to get... Oh my God. Like, this whole match is a big GCW chant. Shout out to Shotzi Blackheart. Sort of glad you experienced this second. I'll be honest, I am not a big fan of these type of matches. I have never. Want a pizza cutter or we riot? Tanahashi can barely move. Oh, no. Moxley getting caught in that barbed wire. Tanahashi's got no knees. So watching him run the ropes is rough. Oh, no. Oh, no, Claudio. Please don't kill him. Got the BTE trigger back. Still wrestle more matches than Roman has in the past 5 years. Hey, that's fair. Ospreay, who's 3/4 dead, makes the save. My goodness, what a... Yeah, well, Tanahashi's still, you know... Well, Tanahashi's made this his last year. It's like a Cena year, right? I find it funny that they had the Forbidden Door background, but then all of a sudden they changed it when they flipped the camera that way. At least we know why Wheeler Yuta and Marina Shafir are out there and why Wheeler wasn't put in the match. So he could set up those spots on the outside. Oh well, Moxley, you're eating a table. Moxley is not moving out of that corner anytime soon, I think. Oh God, all these Snapdragons are reminding me of all the people I want to see Kenny in the ring with. I want AEW to get a chance to experience Kenny versus Gabe. Honestly, if you didn't watch it on Wrestle Dynasty, Golden Lovers working together. Jesus. This is just insanity. This crowd is definitely giving up some way to support here. Great job by Claudio on the catch there. Sorry, I hate to break kayfabe there for a sec, but my God, Kenny didn't get enough air on that. I love watching the different Discord's responses to. Marina talking in her best English there. What are they? They're all setting up for this stupid spot, aren't they? What the frick is Tanahashi doing? Both Ospreay and Ibushi are like, no, please don't. Please don't die. Please don't die. You got no knees. We don't want you there. All right, well, we knew Ospreay was going up, that's for sure. And everybody's lining up. Jesus. That's borderline amazing here. Why would you go after Yuta? Then you're down to the 5-on-4. Like, as much as we know this is all about the carnage, you still got to think half smart here. Oh, please give me more of this match. Give me more of this match. Please give me more of this match. If you guys haven't got a chance, check out Wrestle Dynasty. Check out this match between these two. I think I still have it on my Triller account. Like between this match and also the Ishii Takeshita match on that card. There's a lot of great ones, don't get me wrong, but those in particular stand out for me. V-Trigger! V-Trigger 3! And a super kick party coming in. Oh, God. I love how Tanahashi tried to get Claudio up, and Claudio's just like, no, I won't do that, bro. Cut her out of nowhere. Scorpion death drop. And everybody's just unloading now. Hidden blade out of nowhere. Hidden blade out of nowhere. Everybody's just unloading bombs right now. Oh, here we go. Styles Clash right in the blood. No knee pad. V-Trigger. V-Trigger hidden blade combo. And then there's too many men breaking that. My God. Somebody's going to have to die to finish this match. Seriously. This is Anarchy in the Arena all over again. Just throw a cage around it. And honestly, for most of us, this is going to take you right into NXT Heatwave. I do believe it starts at 7 Eastern. So if you're looking for wrestling today, oh God, Ibushi was, oh God. The hell's going on? Everything on the ring apron. Let's just throw everything on the ring apron. It's the hardest part of the ring. Let's not worry about the middle of the ring at all. Oh God. The original heavyweight title, the original feud in AEW. The original lights out match in AEW right here. Omega and Moxley. All in 2019. Spot of that match. They ended up going into a suite, and Omega ended up taking a suplex through a glass coffee table. Omega looking at, oh God. And there's 3 guys there to break it up. Like, this is reminding me of 2K25 where we're playing my GM, why I never do pinfall matches. Tables matches are the best because they always finish the quickest. Moxley just randomly grabbing a ladder. What? Wheeler. They're right above the Japanese announce table. They're right above the Japanese announce table, folks. I have a very bad feeling about this. Yuta didn't get down like he was supposed to. All right, well, Yuta's dead. Yuta's about to die. Excalibur pulling one of the girls out of the way. The female commentator did not move until... He spotted Moxley and has a kendo stick. Like, seriously. Somebody's going through that table. That table's set up. Like, there are 4 tables set up there for a reason. Oh, no, Darby. Oh, no, Darby. Oh, no, Darby, please don't. Gabe, you gotta save his ass. Gabe, get up there. Oh, there's Marina. I don't care about the spot. Oh, God. Bad check. Bad check by Kid. Oh, my God, Darby. 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 Darby's a dead man. He's about to go through 4 tables. About to time fly through the ring. This is going to hurt. This is really going to sting. It's simple. Please don't die, chance going on. Jesus, the bang! They went through all 4. I'm very thankful that they are going to survive, possibly. But here's the problem now. Moxley's stuck on the outside in his 4-on-3. The Golden Lovers, Ospreay and Tanahashi versus the Bucks and Claudio. Like, Claudio, don't get me wrong, Claudio's like 4 people, but my goodness, what a crazy... Like, this is just pure insanity. What else can you say more than pure insanity? Oh, here we go. Stormbreaker! Double V trigger. Golden trigger. I love it. This is absolutely nuts. And a hidden blade on Matt. Oh, no. Hidden blade, golden. Oh, my God. Hidden blade. One wing angel. Let's just throw it all together. Tanahashi gonna get the pin. It's his farewell match in Europe, so you might as well. I know this means a lot to Ospreay, but frick. Tanahashi with a splash. And Tanahashi gets the pin. You know, this is a lot of insanity. This is just stupid fun. And I say stupid fun categorically due to while considering a man's ear got ripped open. Will Ospreay is covered in blood. Tanahashi's retiring. Claudio's still looking like a cyborg. Like he looks like he just got pissed that they got pinned, rather than I'm gonna put a snooze on that ad there because we're up. But the fact they were down 5-on-4, 4-on-3, Darby would get his hands up, but he's dead at ringside. They can't get the cage door open. They didn't realize they busted the door there. I'm glad Katie's like the first one to go check out on Darby. That's what an EVP should do, right? And Moxley's just sitting there all disappointed. They're dragging Darby there. He's like, fuck this. This. Ospreay getting his final moment in the ring by himself. My God. If this is the last time that we get to see Will Ospreay, I just want to say thank you more than anything else. Like, he is going in for probably one of the scariest procedures he could ever think of. And, yeah, it's just... It's starting to hit Will right now, and I think it's going to start hitting a lot of us here right away as it fades. They're going to fade to black. No Kingston. Didn't need him right now. I'd like to see him come back, but just... The hell? Well, so much for a fade to black moment. And now Ospreay's going to get decimated right now. Three. See, if you're going to go out, this is the way you go out, right? Now they're going to get a chair. They're going to do the chair spot on his neck. Unless this is a Eddie Kingston moment. No, they're going to write him off the old-fashioned. No, Moxley wants to be responsible for that. He didn't want Claudio. He usually gets Claudio to do it. This time he's going to say, no, this one's on me. You know that Will wanted to go out this way, right? If it gets raised, they're bailing out the other way. That's guaranteed. But this is how you set up more feuds, right? Danielson went out the same way. Yeah, like Tony Khan is an old school guy. And with the exception of Sting, like I think Sting is one of the very exceptions that they allowed him to go out on his go out a champion. But every other situation, he went out on his back. But yeah, like if you're gonna end it, that's how you end it, right? Now they're gonna let the crowd. This crowd's gonna talk Osprey out of here. That's how they're gonna fade to black on wheeling up. You don't you don't spend the whole time with the ambulance. If you want to see that, they'll probably put a footage up on YouTube. Oh my God, like, and I hear it from a lot of people. Like I'm seeing a lot of responses coming out tonight, and it's early, right? Like I try not to do my review for 24 hours because I want to let everything sink in a little bit and just let everything just simmer, let everything go through. But AEW always delivers other pay per views. Are there going to be some moments that you're going to remember? I would say eventually the rise of Mozilla might be something that we remember quite a bit. Mercedes having a hell of a match in that match as well. You got Tony Storm and Athena. It was a good match. Adam Page, good match with MJF. Like, it was a great match. Like, all the matches were great. Here's the problem we have with AEW right now. And this will be one of my last thoughts about it as we wrap up here. AEW's pay-per-view standard is such at a high level. Like, it's insane the standards that they have to live up to. This is a very good, very quality, very exciting show. And it's not even going to get a rank on it in terms of top overall shows ever. Like, think about that. These matches are these shows are some of the best that they could come up with. And the bar is just so insanely high that you're not going to be saying this is the best ever. What you could say is this is money worthwhile spent. And once again, like Zodiac put in the chat here, another great AEW pay-per-view, water is wet. It simply is that. You get a position here where all the matches are really solid. There was nothing that really stood out as garbage. You get you got the return of Wardlow. You got the return of Jamie Hayter. You got a lot of solid matches. You got some developing storylines. You got some finishing storylines. And it makes you want to see what's going to happen on Wednesday. And I hope that all of you will be able to stop in and check things out on Wednesday as well as we get back to AEW Dynamite and the fallout from Forbidden Door. And I got a feeling that we're probably going to be ramping up Darby versus Moxley at this point. We're probably going to get the Death Riders in some version of the Golden Lovers going at it in some sort of feud. Because Kenny Omega is going to be on the Toronto card, right? Because it is home country. It's not hometown, but it's close enough to home country. And that's the scene that you're going out on in Ospreay being the hero at the end of the night and end up getting absolutely decimated by the Death Riders. Yeah, it's a bit of a downer ending, but at the same time, that storyline's going to feed about 4 or 5 different stories going forward here. So, but with that being said, I think that's going to wrap it up here for tonight. I want to thank everybody today. It's 5:30 down on the East Coast. It's only 3:30 here. So, personally, I'm probably going to hop in and work a little bit on MLB The Show tonight. Got some editing to do on some videos and get ready to record some stuff. Just seeing who is on so we can raid you guys out to some of the people that are going right now. I will be on tomorrow morning with a little... let's see what else is going here. I will be on tomorrow with Horizon Forbidden West. And I'm guessing that most of these people that I'm looking forward to. Let's see if they're about to wrap up here. Oh, yep, they're out. So many people are just ducking out of Dodge right now, so. Sorry, I'm trying to make this as quickly as possible. But yeah, this is like exhaustion coming out of everything is just, ugh. Amazing show tonight, once again. Going to see Fightful just announced that they're going live. So, if anything, I was going to send you over there for the post show. Just so you guys can check out. There we go. Fightful Gaming just went live. Yeah, we'll send you over there. I just want to give them a second to fire up here. Let's actually see here. I can I'll do it the other way here. Yeah, Sean Ross Sapp's just popping in here right now. We'll raid over there. Once again, everybody, thank you for being here today. And yeah, this has been a crazy night. Get the outro music going here. Yes, I am raiding out in the middle of an ad break. That's what I do. So, once again, everybody, thank you for being here. Yeah, we'll be back here tomorrow with some AEW. We'll be back here with Horizon Forbidden West tomorrow. We'll be here with AEW on Wednesday. And as always, folks, it's always appreciated you being here. And always remember, be part of the solution of the problem. We'll see y'all here next time. I'd like to have Twitch channel and back make a video.